Why do I fail to post? What is going on with this stream? I don't know what is going on. I think I'm live. I'm not sure. If you can see me out there, let me know. Failed to post. Okay. So frustrating. Can you see me? Can YouTube see me? I hope that YouTube can see me. Sorry about that. I'm having issues this morning. Yeah, I'm having this is YouTube issues. Just a second. So we are selling this morning.
So according to the White House, US President Biden will make remarks on the jobs data at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time.
Bear with me for just a minute here. We are selling right now this morning, right off the bell. Not even waiting this morning. Give me just a second here. I'll leave this up for you, and I'll be right back with you in here in just a minute. Mm. Having some issues this morning. In just a second here. Is anyone having an issue logging into anybody a Think or Swim customer? Maybe having an issue this morning. I'm having issues with YouTube as well. Yeah, I'm having issues all over the place. Give me just a second here. How's everybody doing this morning? Some of you made a lot of money yesterday. I know that for sure. Myself, not so good. This is probably going to be my first losing week I've had in some time. So definitely not happy today. And I actually bought the clothes yesterday, and I have Netflix calls for today, and I have spy calls that I bought maybe a minute at the close yesterday. I don't think I said that in stream yesterday, but I'm not doing well on those right now. As a matter of fact, I can't log into a couple brokerages right now, so I'm going to find out what's going on. But I think it's just something on my end. We have a lot to talk about this morning. We're going to talk about, let's see, upload thumbnail. Please let me do that.
Also, just noting as well as the banking sector continues to suffer from this SVB situation,
Yeah.
as Deutsche Bank and Avanza Bank shares and Credit Suisse all extending losses.
I want to warn you.
7.8 and 9.6% collectively.
I was saying this yesterday at the close yesterday.
To the top of the hour, where we are expecting comments from ECB's President Lagarde.
There's kind of so I'm a little bit older here. I'm not going to tell you my age, but I am a little bit older. And yes, the last half hour of the stream yesterday or so, and then after the stream yesterday, I was talking in stream yesterday, heading into the close yesterday, and about the market, right? And one of the fascinating things about the market yesterday was that we'll just start talking about this right now for a brief moment. So back in 07, 08, you had banks trying to shop. I think it was Lehman Brothers that was doing it. This is just by recollection here at this point. So allegedly, what I remember from it was there was shopping around for financing to start saving that bank, and maybe even some other banks. Can't remember. And it was pretty public. It was on CNBC. You saw it in the news, and then within a few days, it might have, maybe it was 3 weeks or 3 days. I recall it being pretty quickly. It started to poison and infect the entire market. And, it's like, it's different than rates or inflation or anything like that. If there's poison within the banking system, there's a few things that I remember. I remember specifically that there was even I tried looking it up this morning and I couldn't find it. There was some panic even in the United States where people were talking, hey, should I get my money out of the bank? Will this grow into something larger? I remember the conversation, I think it was in the rotunda or the footsteps inside one of the Capitol buildings, where the president was kind of coerced into saying, we'll get this done, before the weekend is out, make sure people get paychecks. And I also remember people never again trusting banks again in that time period. They used to be high flyers. Banks were like high flyers up until that point. And they never have been since then. And fascinatingly enough, yesterday, I got a call by YMB yesterday, and he said, hey, have you checked out the new Robinhood charting? And I was like, no, I have no idea. So we logged in together yesterday, and we read what the news recap was for retail traders on Robinhood. And the entire focus of yesterday on the Robinhood news for a retail trader, if you figure this is a new trader in the market, was on only two things. It had nothing to do with crypto and poison in the banks. None of that stuff. It was focused on two things. I think it was rate increases and an unemployment report. That was it. And we found that fascinating. And then we went on to Webull News to read what they had to say, and they didn't mention banking at all. They didn't mention crypto. They didn't mention banking. And that story was pitched on News Squawks yesterday. Not inflation, not 50 BPS. Is there poison in the banks? So I assure you, number one, that regardless of what the news is being pushed to you, that in the background there is definitely fear somewhere. Whether that's behind the scenes, whether you're being told that, or if that story is pushed and then not pushed any longer, I assure you that behind the scenes there is. And there's probably great fear. That story was kind of downgraded yesterday as the night wore on yesterday as well. And that's because no one wants to start a panic in the system either. It's one thing to be dealing with an inverted yield curve dealing with I don't know, Fed rate hikes, or I don't know, your car costs too much. But if you panic the citizens or the society,
Just keep in mind in 5 minutes' time now, the top of the hour, ECB's President Lagarde to be visiting the German's Chancellor Scholz. There's
let
no
me make
indication if
sure
there
I'm
will be
on.
any media coverage of this or not, but Lagarde again due to be meeting Germany's Chancellor Scholz at the top of the hour.
Sweet, so we are on live here. Okay, good. So I want you to know that they're not going to tell you, and they're not going. I'm not saying this is actually going on, but if there is real inquisition behind the scenes, they're not going to come out in the news and tell you to panic or anything like that. And there are probably many people alive right now that were old enough then to remember. It's funny too because there were news stories as Lehman was collapsing of small communities in the United States. I don't remember which newscaster it was, but was saying, there's no worries in the U.S. We've got FDIC insurance. You don't even have to worry. And I think there was even some freezing of removing assets from banks in the U.S. at that time period. Though I couldn't find it today, I remember it happening. I even remember my family having this conversation when I was younger. And it's one of those things that no one trusts. And if you're older, you know not to trust banks ever. I think even if you meet a trader or an investor from that time period that's older, will tell you they'll never trust a bank ever, anything that they say. So if that is there still right now today, we may not even know it, and they wouldn't tell you until it was too late. And what they will do is collapse in on themselves before they take the hit. There are pictures and videos of drinking champagne and saying "fuck you" to protesters. I went to Burning Man that year when they were Occupy Wall Street, and people got fucked. I mean, that really happened. People got fucked at that time. So if they can fuck you now, they will. I just said F like 4 times. I shouldn't have said that. That's my Fs for the day. But that's what happened. And so if they do that again, that's a whole nother thing. How wrapped up are they in crypto? How wrapped up were they in Bitcoin processing? You name it. We really don't know, and they're not going to tell you.
So just noting a variety of smaller banking shares being halted for volatility here. So that's Western Alliance so far, ticker WAL, and First Republic as well, ticker FRC, falling around 30 and 51% respectively.
I'm going to warn you of some other things. XLF is still considered one of the main drivers, stable drivers of the S&P 500, the health of the S&P 500. If you, in your own life, you need to eat eggs. We talk about eggs all the time here, right? You got to eat your eggs in the morning. You eat your steak at nighttime. You've got producers that produce those goods for you. Banks finance these farms and ranches, and they're one of the main things that you need in life, right? You need people to produce goods for you to live and survive and all that stuff. You need your car and stuff, but you need your medicine, you need your food, you need a housing, you need gas or electricity. Utilities are a big driver, right? The health of people or investors hide in utilities. There's some safety there, right? People need those things. And one of the key drivers in the background is the banking system. So when you see XLF liquidate yesterday, it's telling you something. It's telling you that smart people are reining in cash in case it's poisoned. They don't know how bad it is, or maybe they know and are not telling you. They're not going to come out and tell you this. So you saw XLF liquidate yesterday, basically. And they knew exactly which banks to liquidate yesterday. If you go through the component or with the sub components of that sector, they knew exactly who to go after in the middle of the day and the end of the day. Now, that should trigger some kind of a liquidation event around other sectors at some point, whether that's today, Monday, and they don't care. It will happen. You will likely, and the liquidation event doesn't mean like crash or anything like that, but you will see it in the next couple days. No matter where we trade today, No matter how high we trade, you're going to see it. You'll likely see it. I haven't looked at XLF in a little bit, but I'm looking for it around, I think it's 34 in XLF. We'll take a look at it this morning. But if it even gets up there, you'll likely see it at some point. Somewhere up in here. And one of the poisonous things of these events when this happens is that it's one of the rare things that you cannot stifle once it starts. Well, if that panic starts at any point and begins, it won't be stifled until there's a shakeout. There's nothing that the Fed ever can do about it unless they step in to save banks. It's really weird. I'm like, why is my hang tight here? I had to install some updates or something. I think. It's pretty odd. I'm having some weirdness go on this morning. So some news from this morning. We have U.S. short-term interest rate futures jump after jobs report as traders price in shallower rate hike path. Fed swaps downgrade odds of 50 BP March rate hike to under 50%. That was the topic of conversation yesterday, right? Will there be a Fed rate hike to 50 BPS? Will there be a surprise hike to 60 BPS? 75 BPS, 100 BPS. Will there be a shock to the market? And of course, now this morning, that's not the news. Yesterday, the news was the crypto and banking Silvergate. Last week, we looked at Silvergate and said, is there any kind of poison in the markets that we don't know about? And remember, the news that was pushed was no, everything is fine. And then, of course, yesterday it wasn't fine, right? And then I heard rumors that it was Biden, what he's proposing, which I think is insane. 21 to 28% corporate tax rates. Like, get out of here. He thinks we're living in like the 1930s or something. I'm like, we don't live in those times anymore. I apologize. Still trading under the 1 minute. We're on the 5-minute chart right now. SVB financial trading halted for news pending this morning. This sounds familiar. If you're young, and this sounds so familiar to me. I remember this, right? We've heard this before. The Fed are now seen as more likely to deliver a 25 BPS rate hike this month than a 50 basis point hike based on Fed funds futures pricing. Then comes out SVB Financial's attempts to raise capital have failed. Does anybody remember that story from back in 07, 08? We've heard that before, and have hired advisors to seek a sale. Who's going to buy that? Nobody. Fed swaps fully price in 25 basis point rate hike cut by year end. So now we can price that in, right? A rate cut by year end. Will that get front run? SVB financial deposit outflows are outpacing the sale process. CNBC. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen, rise in labor force participation is encouraging. SVB 2033 bond spread widens to 1,061 BPS, indicating distress. And then we've got Biden coming out to talk about the jobs data at 10:45. SPY now trading up to its 1 and 5 currently. Trading 390. We've got some changes coming to the stream as well. We're going to make some changes here. I wrote this down. Let me see if I can find it here. But I was talking with someone this morning, and as this channel grows, we're going to make some changes. If it doesn't work, we'll switch back to the old format. But this format here is going to switch to more of, now, I apologize for not having Bookmap up for you. I'm having some technical difficulties in the background. You'll have that up normally. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to slow the pace down. As people join this stream, we're starting, yesterday we had 1,000 people in here. And it's a little too much for me to be trading alongside with you trading. And then the comments, and I got people text messaging me all day long. And it's constant. There's a lot going on here as we grow. Another issue that we're having is people are trying to trade to me, and that's an issue as well. And that involves a whole nother can of worms. There's issues there too, which we'll have to talk about later. But the idea here is this: is that we're gonna start trading here in a 5-minute chart at least. We're gonna cycle through the daily and hourly, and then the 15-minute. And try to trade a 5-minute chart so it's a little bit easier so that you guys can catch a trend and maybe trade something other than a zero date. So if you guys are trading weeklies or monthlies or spreads or something like that, you can find a trend that's a little bit safer for you and not as fast for you to be trading. So we're going to try that format out in this upcoming week. Now, the idea behind this is going to be, let me bring up some stuff in the background here. We're going to go over that we're going to go over the brief outline of this over the next week. And this way you're not getting cut out of trades, or at least not with me. I don't feel good with some of the stuff that I see. I'm like, how are people not making money? I'm like, this can't be hard. And it is hard. It's not easy. My expectation level is, or at least I'm here live streaming with you myself trading as a 1-minute chart. And if I have a 5-minute chart up for you and show you trend at least for 1 to 3 days, you should at least be able to follow along for 1 to 3 days. And it also opens us up to look at other tickers, take requests from you. that you might want to see charted. It gives time and room for us to breathe in stream. Now, if other people want to trade 0 dates on a 1 minute chart, I'll probably be doing that in the background as well. But at least publicly here on the stream, it's going to give you some breathing room to not get torched. And I mean, things like not having stop limits, not understanding that 10 cuts, you get 300% winner on a 0 date. There's so many things, like we're trading above, how to take both sides of a trade, up and down, above and below a 1 or 5 minute line, the speed at which you need to do these things, all these details to trading. As this channel grows, you can't just keep everybody on the same page and knowing how to do that day in, day out. It's just not going to work. At least from on my end, it's not going to work. So we'll look at it. This is a 5 minute chart right here. And we're going to look at a 5-day chart here, okay? Look at this. It's terrible. Look at this SPY. We'll give you some examples here, okay? Now, if the white line is underneath the red line and the price is below it, we're going to trade it, okay? You got a substantial time underneath this white line. Now, normally in this stream, here's a prime example, right? I'll trade this all day long on 1 minutes. But if you're in stream, this would be a time for you not to trade. And it'd be a great time for you, and for us to at least look at other tickers or setups and things like that so that you can kind of catch up or be with us in stream and know where we're going.
A few banks amid issues at SVB Financial.
If you take a trade like this into the close, if you pick up the trade on the open, you know how long you can open when you get out of it. And we'll be able to look at a larger time frame. A 15-minute actually shows you for multiple days, 2-3 days, if we're going up overall or going down overall. If price is overall trading underneath the 1 and 5 minute, and we'll box out everything I'll box out everything for you for where support and resistance is.
TickStrike.
Using the triggers.
Allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial.
We're in a 15-minute chart here, right? I want to know from you, do you consider this bullish here? And I'm going to bet that some of you do consider this bullish. But trend-wise, if you're a new trader or you're not used to trading the S&P 500, this is still bearish here. There's nothing bullish about this. If anything, you're looking to tee off on this red line right here and tee off on this white line right here. And you're looking for a reversal here on a 15-minute. You see how bullish a 1 minute looks right now? Very bullish. To have bought this dip down below and then trade this up to this resistance point here and possibly even higher. But on a larger time frame, it's not bullish. And it won't be bullish unless price crosses above the 1 and 5, and you see the 1 and 5 cross. So just looking at this right here, right, you need to see this line come up and this line come up right here, and you need to see price get above it. And you can trade it on a shorter time frame, 5 minutes, right? As long as price stays above the 1 minute here, you could trade this later on and expect it to run for a day, half a day, 3 days, something like that, and get a weekly or a monthly and be just fine. And have a nice place to take a stop if it rolls down on you. And usually you'll see on a higher time frame a confirmation to take that trade. When we're getting down inside of 1 minute charts, I'm like, people are getting beat up. I mean, at the beginning of yesterday, I think I boxed out two trades, and people were still getting cut up in those trades. And I'm like, as this grows, we can't keep doing that. I can't keep doing it. So what we'll do is we're going to change this format slightly. It gives us time to breathe too. It gives us time to look at a trend for 1-3 days, and a time for you to feel a little bit more bullish or bearish, not get shaken out. And as a matter of fact, yesterday, as we rolled over here yesterday, we would have seen, right, that we're trading below, price is trading below on a 15-minute. Same on an hourly, same on a 4-hour, and even on a daily. I think Captain's Alpha a week ago, I posted for you that the moment we break through this is days and days back here, that we're bearish. Overall, we're bearish, right? And nothing's actually changed. Even if I'm trading, calls on a 1 day chart, on a 1 minute chart on 1 day, the market is still overall bearish. So just as this stream grows, we're probably going to switch. We'll check a daily, we'll check an hourly, we'll check a 15, a 5 minute, and we'll trade a 5 minute. So that you can actually keep up with the pace and not get stopped out constantly or not pick the right price. 20 cents here, 10 cents there. You know, it's devastating to some people. And let's just look at this in a 1 minute real quick so you can see it. You know, if we'd taken this trade and now someone's saying, well, I'm bullish here, we are and we're not. Do you know where the upper resistance levels are in a 1 minute? Probably not. And even if I draw them out on higher time frames, you might think, hey, we went up here. We went up here, and it's looking super bullish, right? But this is just a 1 minute chart, you know? Yeah, I had some technical difficulties trying to come live this morning. Still having some. So above right now, I'm going to show you some above targets here. 395.11. This is your first row of sellers up here, okay? These are where your sellers are above. They're waiting on high for you. They're leveling out a little bit. But there's another rack just above them. They're not as bearish as they were earlier with at least momentum and trend. There's your next one. This is your weekly, or this is your monthly resistance right here. It's your daily resistance right here, believe it or not. This is becoming resistance on you. 397.05, just above there.
Just taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, showing 28 out of 100, equaling fear, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 34 out of 100, also indicating fear.
This is where they teed off yesterday. Remember when we were trading yesterday, I said to you, we need to build momentum to get above the daily trigger. And these sellers are standing up here, right? Here's where the big sellers are, right here in this market. We call them swellers around here, right? And so they're right there. This is where they are. They're just standing right here. They want to keep the pressure on above here. So no matter where these levels are here, S1, S2, you see pivot points, previous lows, stuff like that. You should know that these sellers are here. No matter what you think, they're right here. Your hourly trend is right here. Your daily trend is right here. Your weekly trend is right here. And above that, you've got, I said this was daily. This isn't your swellers. Your swellers are now up higher slightly. This is your monthly trend right here. 399.98. They're right here. It's a pretty significant stack of sellers up here, right? They're waiting to tee off on you to go lower from here. That's pretty significant right here. So even your 1 and 5 minute, on a 5-minute chart here, you're looking at selling people, or at least sellers in this market trying to sell into you. It's showing you that the way is down and not up right now. If we come up into here, they're going to try to feed into you. If you want to get bullish again, where is it? So on a 1-hour chart here, you can see it, right? This is a 1-hour chart, and you can see what you need to actually get above to become, if this was price here, it's going to show you what you need to actually get above
continue to keep
and
lines of
retest
communication open with China
and hold for bullishness again. You know, hourly trend right there, right? Hold on here. See the work that needs to be done for you to begin and to bounce off of for this market to begin to become bullish again. So if you're even like, if you're like, you know what, that was all bullshit. You know, the banking isn't it. If you're like, hey Cap, the banking crypto things was just a scam headline to sell the market. We couldn't do it during the Senate, so they were using that as a scam line, and the 50 BPS was a scam line as well. Stir some shit up, put some fear out there in the market. Then you should see us trade above today, tomorrow, next day. If you don't see us trade above, here, I mean like next day or two, today, Friday, Monday, and not only trade above, but hold above here, right? If you can't hold this above here, the move is still down. And the liquidation of XLF is showing that. And yet more than, I haven't looked, I looked earlier this morning, very early this morning actually, but there's a whole bunch of sectors just waiting to sell down to near zero. That'll ride the SPY down over time here. Here's March 17th. Here's March 31st. S1, S2, S3. Look at that. For today's pivot points, we've got 376. This is for one day. 383.55. And we're already at S1, right? Already on the open this morning. S1. 387.53 down below. This is one day. And we're already down here, right? You get S3 down here with our previous support. Another thing that happened yesterday was I heard people say, well, we're back to the lows from 7 days ago. I was like, yeah, we are on the indexes. But they went in and they cleaned out a bunch of tickers to December lows, October lows, and some tickers all the way back to March 2020 lows. So there was some house cleaning going on in the market yesterday. That was never talked about yesterday at all. I didn't see it talked about. So if you went into some individual tickers,
to sources,
they actually
SVB
came back to
tells staff
December
work from
and
home
sectors. And then tickers came back to just October lows, and some tickers all the way back to March 2020. So there's some under the hood stuff inside the market that doesn't smell right at this point. Now, with that said as well, we talked about, I think we've been talking about this for weeks. And we said if we break below weekly and monthly support, I'm going to bring this up for you here. If we break below weekly and monthly support, and watch this hourly coming down and breaking through right now. This is trend, and watch this daily right here. See this yellow and green line? These are very important to you as an investor and trader. I'm going to highlight these for you. See this yellow line right here? That one right there. And this green line right here is the actual direction of the market. Right here. You can see it. It's come right down. We discussed if we just stick our head underneath here that it's different than a big push down below. We talked about that into the end of February. We talked about the destruction of support. I believe this is coming into the 28th. Attack, attack, attack. It must hold and get a new high. Get above this yellow line. We didn't do that, right? Came in the end of the month, and they just started hammering and hammering. They're literally hammering on. They're selling into the demand for monthly and weekly support, weakening these buyers here. And sure enough, you see above, they came back down and were able to break through with some force here. Now they're underneath known support. What does that mean to you? And I'm going to show what that means to you. That weekly and monthly support, this is the S&P 500 on a day-to-day basis, right? They're not only hammering, they're getting underneath the yellow line, the trend. They're getting underneath the weekly trend, and then they're getting underneath the monthly trend. When they do this with price comes over and gets hung up underneath. It leads to bad things normally. With this market, if you're a bull, you want to stay above these lines here. You want to stay above this trend here for a normalized market. And when you don't, I'm going to show you what happens. We plunge. It marks pretty significant plunging events inside of this market going back historically.
Oil loadings from Russia's Black Sea port of Novorossiysk suspended on March the 10th due to storm.
Being below this blue line and that orange line, your weekly and monthly supports, leads you to a 3-month support. That 3-month support is somewhere down here. I'll put it up for you one day. But look at price as it gets underneath. We get violent in our down moves.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
You can see it as well. It back in 2022, right? We break below. This was our first violent move to the weekly or the monthly. We get another one below the monthly. This was devastating. I remember this. We had a summertime run. We blasted down into October below this blue line, right? It's pretty significant. There was fear and panic in December when we were down here consolidating, right? Are we going to start blasting lower? Remember that in December? And we watched the market breadth get bought up. We need to be looking for that if we do buy up market breadth down here. But if we don't, then we can't reclaim this stuff. And I was looking at friends that were putting on trades at the close yesterday, some big trades, and they weren't trading. They were doing strangles in the market from 196 down to 340 into mid-April. Professional traders, 396 down here to 340 by mid-April, down here.
And Yellen says most inflation we've seen reflects supply-side issues.
And, strangle meaning we can go right below this, come right back up into mid-April, and they're going to make bank in here. But their strangles aren't above 400. They're at 396. And it's likely due to the smashing of this level here, the damage that was done to this support of the market. Hang time. I'm going to show you guys one more thing here. And this line right here, if you look at this white line right here, it's significantly lower here, right? This is at, currently it sits at 336 down here. And we're below all of these moving averages here. This would be the attempt, right? You take it down into 335.75 currently. Into either the end of this quarter or even summertime. That's where your real next support is for this market. As long as we stay under 396, 400, the longer we stay under there, the more the trap door is open to down below to that number right down here. There's your tag right there for the COVID low. See that COVID low right there? Blasted right through it here in June of 08. This went to a 6-month or a year low. I can't even remember. Even lower down here in 07, 08. We haven't even tagged this one yet for this low here. So if there's no dysfunction in the market, you're going to at least see this. You're going to at least see this down here. It's going to be no big deal getting down here to 3,300. And you can see how sickly it looks right now. S&P 500 is sickly right now. Guarantee it. There was no blast off on the bell this morning. If you're looking to trade the 5-minute today, you want to see this formation right here. You want to see price get above the 1 and the 2, check the 1 minute, and then come up higher here. Now it's moving nice and slow, too. I like seeing this. Moving nice and slow for you. And if you don't see that, it's bearish. You can see it right here, right? This is bearish right here. Until we break above this, it's not bullish. Or I guess on some time frames it's bullish, but you know, on a time frame that can be handled by anyone watching this show, it's not. Yeah, Connect Mobile saying, I think Cap talks about MBI. I'll bring up the MBI real quick. The MBI, so the MBI buy zone, as soon as we get underneath that 10%, we start slamming on all these sectors all at one time. We'll look at that right now. We'll look at that right now. You guys, I missed the trade in December because we didn't quite get down there enough. Here they are right here. Utilities right now is at 13.3. Tech,
White
I
House's
believe, is
Kirby
at
says the US hopes to be
16.4.
able
Look
to
at
come
real
out of the
estate,
EU
0.
meeting able to launch negotiations on trade agreements on critical minerals.
Materials, 10. Industrials, 24. HLT, 12.5. Finance, big fat 0. Financials, 0. Energy, 8.7. Consumer staples, 15.2. Communications, 12. Consumer discretionary, 5.3. So what would you expect in here is we need to bleed off industrials. Still, believe it or not. We need to bleed off tech, believe it or not. We're not there yet. And when we do get those capitulation moves, those liquidation moments, you'll see this chart here. Let me see if I can. You'll actually see this. And look, we've broken through it. We've broken through all this. Is the low right here. We're now below 618. We're looking for 384.37, 375, 375.01 for the whole move. 375.38. And that would be your December move. Get rid of your October move. That's 348.34. Remember those lines that I have above here, right? Your weekly stuff up here. All that stuff, all that resistance above. If we stay outside, if we stay below this balance area in here, right? We start looking for this to become the balance area. Does that make sense? So even if we tag, we have this nice little like true range over here, right? This nice little true range over here. But if we start making a ceiling up here, this becomes our next range down below, doesn't it? We start trading down here, filling all this in. We start breaking down here, we'll start heading lower and filling some of the gaps we've left behind at this point. So the move is not higher here, right? I want you to look at that. I want you to see that if we're in here trading this zone right here, right? Let's say we're trading this zone right here. That you're saying that we're going to trade this zone to break above and be able to move higher, right? So if you're not seeing that right now, all I'm asking you to do is hold 400. Can you hold 400? And the answer is no. So if we can't hold 400 right now, they're gonna go to the path of least resistance, and that is down. We've been rejected above now once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and they're telling you the way is down right now. So they're likely going to check this down below here. That's 375.94. They're likely going to check this down here too. 384.53, 375. All this stuff is getting checked down here, without a doubt. Today, tomorrow, next week, I don't know when, but we're gonna check this. Could be today, could be over the weekend, could be Monday or Tuesday. They're gonna want to know because we got told no up here, we got told no right here. We got blasted down in one day with the VIX, 18% yesterday. If you look historically, when we get an 18% day in the VIX, we usually get a green candle up either today or Monday, and then we find out right away if we start blasting down here. We're either going to hold above and move higher, but if we don't, that next green candle, if it's today or Monday, usually leads to a swift reversal. And there it is right there, right? Today or tomorrow. So that kind of leads you to this point of what are sellers thinking? They're like, yeah, we'll let them get up here, right? We'll let them squeeze this up. And then we're going to step right back in and try to sell this down again. So you get your one big green candle day. You're out there fist pumping and all that stuff. You're like, woo, bull market's still open. So you can't like claim victory here the next couple days unless you actually get up here and hold it and then take it higher. If you can't do that, it's just a matter of reshorting the market down to lower lows to check that 374. Give me just a second here. I'm going to do some work in the background. Saying breaking U.S. Non-farm payrolls, actual 311,000, forecast 225,000, previous 517,000, revised from 504,000. Give me just a second here.
So we are shortly expecting comments from Biden as he speaks on the jobs data.
Let me read your comments right now. Yeah, you know what? So right now, tech is looking stronger than S&P 500 right now, but you can see that there's a little bit more vig inside of the tech right now. It's running around 13 to 15%. It is looking stronger overall than the S&P.
So we have posted out the link to Biden speaking on the jobs report on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
Hey, Wonder Bread, that's not real, is it? Is that real? Are you being serious in the chat right now? Are you okay? Winky, you want to check on him? Oh, it's lyrics. I gotcha. It's lyrics to a song. My bad. Got a hair in my eye. We got a snowstorm coming in right now. Yeah, it's kind of a crazy song, right? Life's gotta suck if you got that song going on. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Let's throw some targets down below. 384.76. $375.39. Woo, that's low. And what I'll do with you now, I was supposed to go skiing this weekend for a couple days. I'm gonna try to take one of those days, and we're gonna look at putback spreads. I don't know what's best for you guys. Is Saturday morning or Sunday morning better? Because what I think what we're gonna do is the beginning of 2022, yeah, it's the right year. Beginning of 2022. We placed some putback spreads on the market. The first rollover in the market when it came back up, we placed putback spreads, and they basically look like this. I'll give you the general idea of a putback spread. Now, pretend this is I guess maybe we should just make it a larger chart. So in a putback spread, if we have a snapback higher, right? If you have a snapback trade here higher, and you're anticipating more down, you take that snapback, or not snapback, it's basically a ratio spread. So you do a putback spread up here, and if the market goes higher, if you place the trade somewhere in here, if the market goes higher, your puts will be free. It'll pay for the trade, so you don't lose any money. So if price goes higher in the market, the trade is free. You might make a little extra depending on how high we go. You place them out in time; they're fairly cheap. They're not ridiculously expensive. Now, if we go down, if we start to have a leg down in this quarter or the year, if it's the summer, it's basically a free trade on the market. What you do is, some of you in this stream probably remember this trade. So if the market is rolling over, what happens is this: on a high, if the market starts to blast down, you print significant amounts of money on a downward move. If it lasts into summer, if it lasts into fall, if it lasts into winter, if you place the trade for the whole entire year, as long as we head down, you're going to make a ton of money. If we come back up here at any point and start racing higher, the trade becomes at least free with you make a little bit, like 5, 10%, 3%, something like that. You pay for it pays for the trade, and it pays. It's almost a free trade. Not almost. It is a free trade, as long as you're expecting significant downward movement in the market. It's a nice hedge on the market. It's even better than S-Dow calls, believe it or not. Triple leverage calls for June. They're good, but the best ones are putback spreads, ratio spreads. So what we'll do is either Saturday morning, Winky, can you? Or Winky, can you run a poll on Twitch? Or can you? Or I don't know how to run a poll yet on Twitch. And maybe I'll run one on YouTube on my end. But I'm going to run a poll. I'll be here on Saturday or Sunday morning, whatever you prefer, because we're snowing all weekend. It's dumping right where I'm at. It's dumping all weekend. So I'll make Saturday or Sunday morning available, whatever you choose, and we'll go through putback spreads, how to place them, how to manage them as a hedge on the market for this year. I'll run a poll right now. Hold on. I'll do YouTube. So I just asked the question in YouTube at least. Would you want to have a putback spread show on Saturday AM or Sunday AM? For those of you that want to see that show that don't know what ratio spreads are, want to learn about ratio spreads, want to learn how to hedge the market. Any of you super duper bulls out there that think we're going to all-time highs right now, no landing, that kind of stuff. But you don't want to get torched in case we go down. If you can ask inside, if Winky, if you could ask, do a poll inside of Twitch, and we'll find out. I'll leave this poll open for the next 5 minutes or so. See where they are right here, right? It's on a 2-hour chart right now. Just coming right over this market right here, ready to swoop down on top of you. Slower chart here too, right? Let all this build up for a squeeze higher. Price trying to break above the 1 and 5 right now. We'll see if the 1 minute can start to squeeze up the market right here. We're looking for price to go above the 5 minute, come back and recheck the 1 minute. Starting to develop right now. Starting to squeeze right now above the 5 minute. I need to change these, what they look like. Put it back to the 1 minute for you. There goes the squeeze. And you want to see price come back down
Do
and
just be
check.
aware Biden hasn't started his remarks on the February jobs report just yet.
Now, this looks bullish to you, right? You still want to see this come back and check. I'm back to this 1 minute chart right now, but what you want to see is you want to see price come back down here, check for a move higher. That looks pretty bullish, right? This is a 1 minute chart. We normally trade this all the time. I trade this all the time in here. But if you look on a 5 minute here, still not quite there, is it? Back to a 5 minute here. $395.27. Right up here, 395.27. All right, let me check this poll. So on YT, we've got 60% of you saying Sunday. Saturday, 40%. Wink, where did you do a poll, Winky, in Twitch by chance? Yeah, I'll post it
Yellen
on
says the supply chain
YouTube for
inflation
you.
are largely resolved.
Oh, you closed it? So I don't think we did one for Twitch, did I? I don't think I did one for Twitch then.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at
You don't see one there?
tickstrike.com.
Let me just see if I can do one just for Twitch. I'll just combine the two. I don't know how to do this. maybe Winky can help us out. Oh, okay, let's do it again then, Winky. Sorry, so someone just said no patience now, right? We just drew this out for you earlier, what you're looking for here, right? You're looking for this line to come up. You're looking for this line.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says that prioritizing is not a solution to the debt ceiling issue.
Yeah, if I had to guess, the Fed is going to be like, we need to tamp down that bank We need to tamp down that bank stuff. If I had to guess, there's panic behind closed doors. That they don't want that getting out. I'm betting right now that there's panic somewhere saying, yes, we liked that you got the market underneath by calling for bank problems, but I guarantee somewhere there's someone panicking that if that gets out publicly, or if enough, like, if Billy on Main Street knows that, because there are something, people are not smart.
US
People will be
Treasury
like,
sector,
get my
yeah,
money out of the banks right
prioritising
now.
is
I went
just
through
default
0708.
by another name.
Get my money out of the stock market. I don't care what they say. So right in here, you're seeing this develop, right? You want to see this development? This is the consolidation we talk about. If this consolidation holds, bam, bam, and starts taking off, you can
Nasdaq
set a
100
trade up.
briefly raises losses.
If we stay above that white line, then you're probably pretty good for some time. You could probably get a weekly and then cut your losses on that white line as we head up. Or take the other side of the trade and stay in it. You can actually just buy the SPY. If you got a few $100 inside your bank account, right, you can just buy the SPY. Buy one share. And put a stop loss on it if you roll underneath it. Sweet, Winky. I appreciate you putting that Saturday or Sunday poll back up. Yeah, so you type in !vote spacebar SUN or SAT. We're going to switch back and forth between the 1 and the 5 so you can see what this looks like on a different time frame here. We got the nice dragon up in here. Woohoo, we made a bunch of money. Woo, I entered it at the wrong time. Woohoo, I didn't sell out, right? I didn't take my money where I'm getting cut up in here. Or on a 5-minute chart. You're actually waiting for You're actually not even in this trade yet, are you? You're waiting for price to get above the white line, right? You want to see price confirm the 1 minute above the 5 minute. As it takes off, it should continue every 15 minutes, right? The hourly is 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. Stops underneath, you raise your stops as we make our way. You're probably not going to make 100%. You're probably going to make 10, 20, 30%, but it's a safer trade. And if it continues for a day or two, and you're in a weekly or a monthly, you're going to be able to withstand some of this price action and feel more confident, at least in price action. You shouldn't even be taking this
US
trade yet.
regulators
You're
descend
still
on the
looking
Silicon Valley
for
Bank to assess finances.
this to happen. You're still looking for this to happen. And you're looking for price to confirm on the 1 minute above the 5. I'll just leave this up here for a minute while that poll is being run. This drawing here so you can see it. This is your bull cross right here, right? There's a bullish crossover on a 5-minute chart. This is your bearish crossover on a 5-minute chart. Now, if you're trading 0 dates in a 5-minute chart, you're going to get torn up. They're gonna rip them to pieces. They're only good for the time that you're in them. So if you're in one push up, they're good for that time frame. You can't. Sometimes you can, but if we're in trend day, you can sit in 0 dates. But normally you can't. Normally it's just that one move on a 1-minute chart. 5-minute chart, you wait for confirmation. We start trading above this white line. You can buy a weekly or a monthly. And as long as you're above that white line, you're good to go. And it trades a hell of a lot slower. 5 minutes. Oh, I should have left that up there for you. Yeah, it had the 1 minute needs to be retested. Well, it has actually. On a 1-minute chart, it has. But we're not going to trade that here. Not today. We'll switch back and forth to the 1 minute. It is retesting right now.
SVB UK says it's ring fenced from parent and other subsidiaries.
I'll show you what it looks like on a 1-minute chart. So price is above the 1 and 5 right now. You see it? See the crossover happening on a 1-minute chart? Target above is 394.93. Now what happens is I think we get people in stream here. We bounce back down here and they panic, or they don't know where to put stops in down below here, or we get a liquidation break right here and they get panicky, right? Now 11:08. 5 minutes gaining some strength. Hourly is gaining some strength.
So Biden has now come to the stand to make his remarks on the February jobs report.
I want you to look over here too. I want you to take a look at this. See how we squeeze up? There's a squeeze up right here. Immediately thrown back down and below. What didn't happen here? Do you guys know what didn't happen here? You didn't have the 1 minute come above. You see that 1 minute here? See this 1 minute right there? That 1 minute had held, you would have had a price bounce right here. And that's what you're looking for right here. You're looking for this price bounce onto the 1 minute and for it to hold. And the 1 minute to cross up higher. See how the 1 minute didn't cross there? Let me show it to you real quick. See how right here you didn't see this? You didn't see this 1 minute confirm the move higher. You didn't see the 1 minute trade higher with price. And we're right there again right now. You can see the same formation right here. So you want to look at this right here. See that same formation? You have that same formation right here. This could go either way, right?
So Biden says the jobs report shows his economic plan is working.
Yeah, you know what? Someone just said XLF is really what you need to watch. Regaining the 50 DMA would be a vote of confidence for the Bulls. It's been strong all morning. I'm actually looking for I'm looking to sell this market when we hit what did I say I think I was looking for? I think I was looking I'll look at it right now and check. As a matter of fact, if you see historically in XLF when it sold off like it did, historically, you pull up a 1-day chart of XLF and look back on the past 5 years. You get a red bar like we did yesterday, every single time we roll this market over. Every single time. Not a single instance of us not. We're right there right now.
Biden says the February jobs report shows the economy is moving in the right direction. And Biden says there's still more work to do to get inflation down more.
Yeah, $35 would be nice. Just a failure to close $35, like $34.50, $34.34, somewhere in there, any of that stuff. Yeah, I think it's right around there, 34, somewhere in there. Some kind of failure to close above 34.81 or whatever. There's a gap up there, right? There's a gap on XLF between 34.87, 34.39. Just a failure to close that gap and then roll it right over. What's the poll results? How do I close that man, I got to find out where that how do I close the poll on the back end of this Can I see I saw that you closed it already, Wink. I got to figure that out on the back end here. I was looking on the left-hand side for like, is it CloudBot commands? I don't know. All right, sweet. 73% Sunday. So I'll make the video on Sunday morning, and I'll make sure that it's available on Twitch and YouTube. I'll save it to YouTube videos for you, so you can look at putback spreads on the market. And we ran them in 2022. They were awesome. They're free. They're literally free trades. Well, I guess they wouldn't be free if we traded 400 for the next year. You might lose your money. I guess nothing's without some kind of some kind of risk. But it's the least risky trade probably you could put on this market if you're fearful of a last leg down this year.
Biden says the jobs report shows people who were staying out of the labour market are getting back in.
Let me see if I can bring up Biden live here.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at
Isn't that, ma'am,
tothetick.com.
I'm asking you, isn't that a direct result of the passage of
This is Yellen speaking.
the creation of the Inflation Reduction Act, which increases the number of audits. We've established more than 400, those taxpayers more than $400,000. I asked you about the number, not at historical levels, the actual number of taxpayers making less than $400,000.
Our Republic Defense said they want to reduce.
Shiver, shiver, shiver. I don't see him live right now.
Will affect taxpayers with incomes less than $400,000 in several ways. Activities other than audits, such as collections and automated screening and document matching, are not constrained by the Secretary's directive, and under the 2022 Reconciliation Act, the amounts they generate will be greater for taxpayers with all amounts of income, CBO projects. My question to you is, you don't have any reason to doubt what CBO cites in this letter, do you?
Look, we want taxpayers to be able to pay and to pay the amounts that are due, and presumably...
Biden says the biggest threat to the U.S. economy is the debt limit and cites the House Freedom Caucus threat.
And, you know, the failure
Automatic
of
screening and
of
document
an
matching for those
agency-
taxpayers under $400,000 will be in...
Biden says I'm
You don't
optimistic
disagree
that
with the
CPI
CBO
next week
report,
will
do you?
be in a
I
solid
haven't
shape.
read it in detail, but
Fair enough. I'll
I-
submit this for the record.
you know,
My
we have a
time is-
$7
Without objection, so
trillion
ordered.
tax gap, and the IRS really needs to close that because it undermines the fairness and effectiveness of our tax system, not to have a system that collects taxes that are owed and due.
No, this isn't a
Gentleman
1-minute
from
test.
Pennsylvania,
The
recognized.
price and one need to be
Madam
above the
Secretary,
red
for being
line.
here and for your time today. We appreciate it.
Remember that as I drew this out, right?
Powers issue and concerns with the
You need the
IRA.
white line
The IRA's free trade
and
agreement
price. I want
requirement,
that's a good
specifically
thing.
for
Whoever said that, I don't know who
critical
said that, but
inputs on batteries.
you need to
was
see
clear, and
price
congressional
and the
intent
1
on
minute
the passage
above
of
the
IRA
5
with
minute.
respect to that was clear, and yet
So right
the
here, you need to
solution,
see this
is
1 minute
now,
come up
seeking to
and
redefine
tuss
free
right
trade
here.
agreements, which everyone knows to do that
The
would
1 minute
require approval
above
by
the
the
5
membership's
minute and
body.
price. So it would
Now
go
referred to as the,
price,
quote,
1
free
minute,
trade
5
area,
minute.
in order
Price,
to
1 minute,
extend,
5 minute.
the law's benefits
On
to
the
Japan
cross.
and the European Union, with which the United States does not have a congressionally approved free trade agreement. Madam Secretary, are you aware that during the pandemic semiconductor chip shortage, Japan and Germany withheld semiconductor chips from U.S.
No, if you're looking at a
automakers
1 minute
in our
chart,
country in favor
which I'm assuming some of you are, yes, you're getting your 1 minute test right now.
I wasn't aware of that, but
Are you
If you're
aware-
looking at a
also
1 minute
aware that
chart,
the
you're
United States
ready to rock
accepts
and roll.
Japanese vehicle certification on imports from Japanese
Because
automakers
we're ready to
into
blast
our
off
country.
right now.
However, Japan does not reciprocate.
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of.
Japan, in fact, Madam Secretary, Japan's rules intentionally do not conform to U.S. car regulations. U.S. car manufacturers must navigate a very complex.
I know
environment.
we're ready to
Biden
blast
says I'm
off.
still willing to sit down with House Speaker
These
McCarthy.
are non-tariff barriers that disadvantage autos made here in the United States. Next question: are you aware that just this week, the U.S. ambassador to the World Trade
395.27 is up here somewhere.
Steps to lower trade
For any of you
barriers
trading to 1
regulated-
minute,
I'm
it's
sorry,
right up there.
related to autos and agricultural products.
So, look, with respect to the IRA in Japan, Japan does process and extract critical minerals that are used by American car makers. And the thought is that in order to improve the security of our supply chains, the United States...
I was talking with a friend last night, and I said, they're lining all this up, right? They've got...
critical minerals, not to say that the
Do you think
conditions
Biden's
are
really
Biden
going to
says
run
he
for
told
president
House Speaker
again? When does
McCarthy
that
that he wants
announcement
to
need to be
see the
made?
GOP
Probably
budget.
summertime.
with countries like Japan,
You got the debt limit,
with
debt ceiling
European
limit,
countries,
June, right? I
there
think
would
that's
have to be
June.
requirements. They wouldn't,
And then we've
presumably
got, what else we have?
requirements
We've
that
got
would put export
now
controls
an
in
expectation of
place
rates
that
being
an
cut by
approach would
December of
prevent,
2024.
enable a country
You
to
know that'll get
control
front run in the market at
export.
some point.
So this would be a matter of arriving at agreements. They might have labor or environmental standards.
Surely you understand
They're
that
fudging the
requires- that
unemployment
requires
numbers
congressional
again.
approval. correct?
or
This
employment numbers.
misinterpretation is essentially a balance of power,
I think
separation
we
of power
need to
issues.
be in close communication with this
Understood, but I just
committee.
want to point out the disparity.
Absolutely.
Are you aware that U.S. autos exported to the EU incur a 10% tariff? However, the United States only imposes a 2.5% tariff on European auto imports.
This may all be true, but what we're talking about are critical minerals and attempting to meet the objective of Congress in passing this
My
legislation
time's about to expire. Last question.
to improve supply chains.
Last question. Are you also aware, this is to my point, that China is the biggest supplier of battery technology and production to both Japan and EU, the countries I'm referencing?
We're trying to reduce our dependence on China with this legislation.
My time has expired. I yield back.
Starting to squeeze higher now.
Wisconsin is recognized.
PT 39527, close to it. There are some H lines above. We've got this first one right here, 39379.
Secretary Yellen, I have so enjoyed our relationship.
Right in here.
Back from when you were chair of the Fed, and really, you are so qualified to appear before this committee and answer some of our important questions. I have a couple of questions, and if I have repeated things that others have already made inquiry about, please forgive me. I was called away for other business, not more important than you, but just other business. Recognizing tribal sovereignty, I was really pleased to see that the Biden administration included a recommendation to include tax parity for.
Yeah, we had someone sent me a video yesterday that showed him needing to be helped to be walked. He's being helped into places. Like I think it was described to me as, you know, if you have like an injured person in your family or friend and you need to help them walk, that you'll scoop their arm into the pocket of your arm and your body while you walk somewhere.
Low-income housing tax credit and the new markets tax.
Now trading 391.74.
Communities. So I am so happy that you are moving forward that, and how do you think that will will improve our GDP?
I think it's an important initiative. The low-income housing tax credit is critical, and I think improving situation with respect to housing and tribal lands addresses.
1 minute got a new high.
It really does, because the infrastructure needs on the
11:23.
tremendous, and so this would create
7 minutes left for
a
bulls.
lot of economic activity.
They got their first test of 1 and 5 on a 1 minute chart.
Again, you are
They got a new high off that test. Very bullish right now.
chair of the Fed. You say that the Biden budget will cut the
S&P
deficit by
500
nearly
rises to a
20 trillion
session high after
over
raising
10
the
years.
earlier 1%
And
drop.
I am delighted to see that you are not proposing doing that with austerity tactics, like just eliminate, of course we're getting out of the emergency stuff, but the EITC is expanded, the child tax credit is here. SNAP, you haven't talked about reducing. You certainly are.
I mean, I don't know what the. I think the.
And yes, you want people to get back to work.
I think the Dems are in some trouble.
Dignity of work doesn't necessarily mean working at $7.25 an hour. How are you?
I don't think
able to
Kamala is
reduce the deficit by
re-electable. She wasn't electable when she ran, right? I think she came in last place
So
in the nomination
president's
process. So they're in a real tough
is
place.
on
I kind of
hard-working
questioned why
families
they
who were
ran her
struggling
as
to
the
make
VP.
ends meet, and providing them with the tools they need to make.
The only other
life
thing
a
I would
little bit
comment on
easier,
that is I
whether
don't think it
it's,
matters how old people are,
improvements in the cost
especially
of
politicians. I think
healthcare,
their
lower
hunger for
prescription
power is always
drugs,
there. It's why they're who they are and where they are.
educating their children
So I
by
don't even
getting
see
a year of
Biden
preschool, a
giving up
child
the
tax
presidency
credit,
unless forced into it.
making
I forget who the
childcare
senator from
affordable.
California is,
These are ways of
but
giving
she was
working
visibly, or
families some breathing
reporters
room,
noticing
and
that she
budget
was
focuses on that,
losing her
and it doesn't
faculties.
raise
There's some articles
taxes
written about
by
it from
a
normally
penny
favorable to
on
Democrats.
any household or
So
small
when I
business
look at a
earning
politician,
less
I
than
think they'll keep power as long as they possibly
And
can.
it pays for
So
those
that's probably in play
initiatives
as well in the
by,
background.
remedying what I think is a
It's not
an
ideal for
unfairness
Democrats, for sure.
about our tax system, that it lets wealthy individuals, very high income individuals.
Yeah, it's really weird too
and
because.
corporations off with higher tax loads.
Oh, sorry
than
for
a
coughing.
school
I've got
teacher or
a little dehydrated.
A firefighter or a police.
You've got
US
then you got
Senator
the
Lisa
DNC and the
Murkowski
RNC,
says
right?
Willow
So
Oil
it-
Project
it
is about
raises
security.
additional revenue in a
You've got the
variety of
DNC,
different
RNC. They
ways
love
by
controlling
lifting
whoever
those
the
high
candidate
income,
is. I think you saw that in the
wealthy
last election. You saw,
individuals and corporations
or maybe
who
an election
therefore
two ago. I think Bernie
Mr. Chairman.
Sanders
I
was
will go
winning, and they
back.
brought Mike Bloomberg in or something to run against
Recognize
him.
the gentlelady from New York.
Every time I think about
Thank you,
the
Mr.
corporate
Chairman,
tax,
and,
the
before
billionaire
I get started,
tax,
I just wanted to say thank you to Ms.
I'm just
Sewell,
assuming
Mr.
at this
Davis,
point
and Mr.
that whoever's
Maloney.
going to run on
I
that,
look forward to working with you on
they're going to
this
roll
piece of
out Mike,
legislation
and Mike's going to
relating
come out and be
the
like, our
tax credit
Cuomo or
and
somebody.
permanent. The credit
And they're
has
going to
delivered
roll out
district
somebody
my
that's
own
going to beat
upstate
that
New
down.
York, and I'm committed to pushing this priority across
That's
the
a nice
finish line.
stump speech, but
Secretary Yellen, I just wanna say
billionaires
thank
and
you for
millionaires
appearing
try to
here
protect
today,
each other.
and thank you for your service. There's
So I think you'll
many
have,
important
like,
topics, that
I
we
think
need to
both
be
parties
addressing
do this.
Democrats, and Americans
Not
are
always, but
suffering from the
oftentimes
biggest
you'll
price
see
increases in over
both
40
parties
years.
will,
Small businesses like mine
they
and all
stump
of
speech,
us
right,
in New
to their
York are feeling the
base.
pain of labor
We want
shortages,
this and we want that, and we want this, and we want that, and then
taxpayers' personal information is being
if somebody's even
exposed
winning on that stump
massively.
speech, they'll
Your
roll out
Treasury
another
Department is
candidate
actively
to
working
destroy them
bypass Congress and cede
in the
US tax
primaries.
authority to foreign countries.
So like you
US
get to vote for your
companies and
favorite
workers
candidate in the
need
primaries,
international
and then
tax
after the
landscape that
primaries,
offers
your party
certainty,
comes back to you and
promotes
says,
investment and innovation, and incentivizes
just accept
critical
this
research and
candidate
development
that
here
the
in America.
DNC or
Instead,
RNC
it
wants
seems
you to
like
vote
Treasury
for.
has unwittingly bitten off more than it can
There's a
chew
lot
by
of that goes on in
negotiating a deal
politics.
with the Organization for Economic
So you
Cooperation
felt
and
good for
Development,
voting for who you
the
liked.
OECD,
You felt like
gives
you
away our
feel
tax
in your
revenues,
ooh, I voted
reduces
for
the
for my
competitiveness of US
for what I
companies
believe in,
and workers,
and then
and
once
erodes
the
overall
the
economic
main
strength.
election
And I
comes,
know many of my colleagues have
you're
talked
kind
about
of
this.
your arm is
This
pushed
deal
behind your back, and
finalized
they're
will
like,
result
okay,
in
now you're
greater
loyal
jobs
to the
and less
party,
prosperity for millions
and you
of
vote
Americans
for
and
who
their
we
families.
want to be the candidate. Now that doesn't always
Secretary
work,
Yellen,
but
the Treasury has
no,
the
that's the intent
responsibility
of our
negotiating
system right
at
now.
the OECD. But why do you believe that Treasury has the authority to do so without proper consultation with Congress? And I might add, you've testified today that you have reported to Congress, but you have not consulted or collaborated.
Yeah,
with
our whole
Congress
political
in
system
a
is a
way before
disaster
cutting
right
these
now.
deals with Europe. And don't you agree?
And
that
then,
you are
with
opposed
all
to
of
this
that, they're all
position
probably
and not
partying
taking
behind
this
closed
position?
doors together, right? They're all
Certainly have a
trading together.
point
They're all
there, but I'd
investing
like to
together.
absolutely agree.
You know, they're all in
And
together. You don't
have
think that they are, but they
consulted
more
and
than
not
likely
only
are.
informed.
Can you explain
We've
where
had
you could this?
ongoing
Now
Can you
trade
explain where the
392.40.
consultation and collaboration has been done so in a public forum with both sides, where we have seen this, and that has I just
395.12.
We've seen reporting. Reporting is not consultation.
Our staff have regular briefings with staff of this committee.
Coming down a little bit. It's a little bit lower
We've
right
had
now.
Many conversations with the chair.
Don't
of the
forget this
banking board,
volatility above here, this
committee,
pre-market high
ongoing development
that was sold
with
earlier.
Something new.
You might see how this bull plane is trying to form right here on the 5-minute chart. Could see something just like this.
Pillar 2 is certainly something that cedes no taxing rights, is
Or this is what you're looking
an
for.
international agreement by which other countries
Trade up here.
have
Hold on a minute.
If I may
agreed to.
reclaim my time, you have allowed other countries to tax our own countries, and not you stood up. Again, the United under the GILTI tax, and also the book minimum tax. We got these, and then you didn't fight for a fair treatment of these and these negotiations. So why didn't you protect these taxes, and why are other foreign entities?
And this could even
and
become
countries
consolidation in
routinely
here
allowed
with the
to now
white and
tax
red
our
line
US
underneath,
based
and then the move higher.
Well, look,
Companies,
we
excuse me.
have every right to tax our companies as we see fit. Congress is not obliged to do anything, but the Pillar 2 does allow punishment.
Hey, thanks, big balls.
By countries that participate in the agreement in a sense of countries that
So wait,
decide they
you're-
wish to be tax havens. By they may undertake, and this is one of their taxing rights, to impose additional.
So let me reclaim my time. You're
on
admitting
firms
that
that
General
operate
ladies,
in their
you're
time is
admitting
expired.
that we have given our priorities up to foreign
We haven't
countries.
given
over
any-
General ladies,
and
time is
rest-
We
expired.
haven't given anything up.
The
Congress
gentleman
can
from
adapt-
Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. And I want to talk a little bit. I know we talk a lot about big things in D.C.,
but we don't always talk about what's happening in real America. And most of the work in my district is done by small businesses, family farms, small manufacturers, and they and I are very concerned that the taxes in the president's budget will hurt them. It will
U.S.
affect
Senator
them,
Manchin
no
says the
matter what we
IRA
say,
was
it's
done
going to
for
affect
one
them.
reason only, and that's
And,
energy
they're
security. So
already
that's
faced
in
with
regards to the Inflation
increased,
Reduction Act.
costs, fuel for farmers, input costs due to inflation in the economy right now. And,
It's a little
and the
bit
president's
slower for you.
budget
It's a little bit
includes
easier
more
to
than
maybe watch at
$300
least.
billion in new taxes
It's not just
on
blasting up, pulling back, all that kind of stuff.
Secretary, why does the president believe that now, as we are just emerging from the economic destruction of COVID, we should increase taxes on small family-owned businesses?
The president's budget doesn't contain a penny of new taxes.
So do be aware,
for any
Biden's
individual
report
earning
on the
under
February jobs report has now
$400,000
ended.
Or small business earning under $400,000. So the taxes.
Brent
that are
and
raised
US crude
are
futures
all on
rise at more than $1
high-income,
a barrel.
especially very high-income individuals, and on corporations that are not small businesses, and that benefit from many
U.S.
tax
Democratic
preferences and
Senator
lower
Manchin
tax
says the U.S.
rates.
is
In some
overregulated.
cases, income isn't taxed at all, and it results in a situation
Too slow, right? Who's in there saying that? AJNY Build is saying that.
Controls by partners.
Slowing it down for you.
It results in a situation where they're paying higher tax rates, a higher fraction of their income.
Slowing it. You know what's weird is I don't trade on Thinkorswim right now. And I think every 9 months or 6 months or a year, they shut me out. I think that might have happened. I have to go back in and like reapply or something. So I'm like, I have to go check on Thinkorswim this morning or this afternoon. Too slow, Cap.
And I'm reading the Green Book.
We're in here trying to trade 1 minute triggers, and it's like, woo, let's go this way. Woo, let's go that way.
I'm looking at it right now, but I think that
nice and slow in this stream now.
Because we have a much different
so what I'll do for next week is I'll do programming. Over the weekend, I'm gonna develop programming for the entire week. We'll have segments where I take requests to chart a stock out for you. We'll do all kinds of fun stuff. We're gonna have segments on. I'm gonna describe to you different complicated trades setups for you. I got a bunch of cool stuff for you. We'll probably have I think I'm gonna come on earlier in the morning, and we'll review the entire market. I'll come out at like 8:30 or something, and I'll spend an hour going over the entire market before the open. And we'll go over every sector. I've got it all typed out. I did it all last night. I'm like, we're gonna go over the VIX every day. We're gonna go over HYG, TNX, all this other stuff. We'll go over the sectors every day. We'll roll into the open. And if we're in a sideways market for a few days, consolidation, anyone that wants to trade the 1 day or the 0 dates, they can do that. But then what we'll do, I'll put it in a smaller box, and we'll keep updating it. But then we're going to look at other things in the market. Hey, are we bullish here, bearish here? Are we not being shown where we're going? And we'll set up some longer time frame trades for people.
Investments in communities, especially those communities.
I don't think it's gonna. I don't think the stream's gonna make it if we start like scaling up to 1,000 viewers a day or 2,000, 3,000 viewers a day. The people are gonna come to the stream and be like, I just lost 10 grand. I just bet my entire paycheck on this one trade. Or I bet it in the first trade, the second trade, and then I took the rest of all that money all in the. And I'm looking for 100% trades, 10 of them. I got a list of that shit. I was writing it all down last night. I'm like, I can just imagine. Can't even imagine what people are doing.
This crucial tax credit has
been instrumental just take it slow.
Economic growth and development in underserved communities, creating jobs, expanding businesses, and including access to healthcare, job training,
so I didn't know you couldn't go back on Twitch stream.
Social services.
Yeah, that's a big one, isn't it?
Is a valuable tool that has
all right, so we're coming into some resistance above right now. We could squeeze up one more green bar. We could fail here. Either way, you're going to expect. Dude, this is so awesome. There's no like, so easy right now.
That have been long overlooked. In my hometown of Selma, Alabama, The new
It's
market
too
tax
easy.
credit is supporting the expansion of
So-
a business called GMI, which produces silicone-based alloys.
There's a
and
fair
other
chance that we squeeze
strategic
up in here.
materials which feed our
And even if we
nation's
do our
supply
poker
chain
heads above
for
it,
semiconductors,
there's also a fair chance
solar
that
and
we'll
energy
sell right
products,
down into this and
military
recheck
energy,
this white line
storage,
and
and
this
the
red
like.
line right
The
here.
expanded facility in my hometown
Try to find
generated
some more
100
support.
skilled jobs.
and try to get up
It is
here
this
and
level
nail
of
this.
success that I would
Now,
like
can
to
we come
see
up here and nail
replicated
this
in
right now?
districts all
Sure.
around the country.
We can
I
come
know
close
that
to it and
this is
fail.
currently
Sure.
in
Can we
the
get it like
proposed
up here and
budget,
then fail down
but
here?
I want to
Sure.
assure you that it has
Uh,
bipartisan support. In the 117th
We're already start. We have a little bit of
Congress, I
failure here
introduced
right now in the
bipartisan
5. Most
legislation to
hopefully you're
make
in a
the
weekly
new
or
market
something.
tax credits permanent.
Not a
HR,
0 date or a 1 date
1321,
for
and we
Monday
had
or something. Maybe you're in a nice
126
fat weekly or
co-sponsors.
something.
I look forward to working
You're up
with
like
my
5%,
colleagues
10%.
Congresswoman
Feeling good about your
McKinney
trade?
and also
Right on.
reintroducing a similar piece of legislation. Last
Oh, wait a minute.
Congress, I
Winky's
also
saying you
introduced
can
the
pick
Rural
whatever
Jobs
video on
Act
Twitch you
with
want to watch
Chairman,
when the
Jason
channel is
Smith
offline, but
to
they want
expand the
they want to
program
prevent
and to
people from
provide
watching
$1 billion
VODs while the
in
stream
new
is up.
market tax credit allocation
YouTube
targeted
doesn't
to
care what they
persistent
show you
underserved
whether the
rural
stream is live or not.
communities. My question is, can you elaborate on how this tool can be used, why it's so important that we make it permanent, and how you see this affecting underserved communities all across this country?
Well, I agree with you. I think it's a very important tool to promote investment in communities that have historically been left behind and can be a real spur to economic development, and that's why the budget does propose to make it permanent. And I would say more broadly, a priority of the Biden administration has been a focus on place-based policies so that communities that historically have suffered, we've had areas of the country that have grown very rapidly, seen
Absolutely.
big increases in income, and others that have lagged. And many of the
Nice and
acts
slow
that
here.
have already been passed, the IRA, the infrastructure
On the
Act,
1 minute chart, the
Semiconductors Act,
price is rechecking
and,
on
the ARP
the 1 minute currently to
increase,
trade higher. I'll switch over to a
funding
1 minute view for you.
community CDFIs,
To respect
and minority
what's time
DDIs.
expired, Secretary, to respect your time and to make
The
sure
1
we
minute
get
chart
every
coming back
one
to
of these.
recheck
When
this
that
and see if
clock
it can go
hits,
higher.
Let's just stop talking.
And smack
Comment from
above
you,
at
12th
393.
recognized.
If it
Secretary,
doesn't
you'll
get
thank
the
you
new
for
high
being,
right now, it'll come back down and check this
substantive work. It's
this
important for
red
our
line
nation.
right
I
here for
appreciate
more
you
support
willing
to take
come
it
speak
higher and
after
try to
the
check that. If
budget
it
was
doesn't,
released, and I hope
if
you
it
felt
fails in the 1 minute, it'll roll
respect your
down.
expertise. I'm going to talk something about something very personal, something that I think that this entire committee is supportive of, and that is those individuals that are in the adoption space and the adoption tax credit. According to a GAO report from 2011 and a taxpayer advocate report from 2012, families claiming the adoption tax credit in those years faced an audit rate nearing 70%.
Let's see if I can get another
69%
EMA up
of
here so
audit
you can
rate.
see this.
The national average is 0.8.
Maybe you can see the 1 minute.
I mean, the discrepancy here is enormous, and it's concerning. So this is a specific example of what we want to talk about, because a lot gets said here in the concept of audits. These are staggering numbers. I haven't been able to find any data more recent than 2012. What has been the audit rates for families claiming the adoption tax credit over the past 5 years?
So I don't have that information at my fingertips, but I would be glad to get back to you.
The Silicon Valley
And,
Bank closed today by
I think the
California
issue that
regulators,
you're
according to the
raising
FDIC.
is certainly a legitimate one that would try to work with you on and better understand.
These are families that are watching what's going on. They're concerned that this is only going to ramp up as opposed to go away, and that's a
So if
staggering
price
issue.
stays above this yellow line right
I'm gonna
here,
have it here is okay.
we'll
Is it
still
something
make
that's
the
being
attempt higher. This is a
collected over
5
the
minute
past
chart.
several years?
If we
You're
break
not-
this yellow line, we will come
Honestly,
back and
I need to
retest
look
the
into
1 and 5
that.
right here.
I just am not certain. I
That's
assume
kind of
that
cool. I like that.
data is available, but
I
I
joined-
need to
Awesome
look
sauce.
into
Committee-
it, and we'll get back
So the
to you.
FDIC says
Secretary, I joined
Silicon
this
Valley
committee with
Bank had
real
about
legislation that
209
should be
I might need to make it
billion
lower.
dollars in assets.
to help
Maybe a
address
1 day.
this and other issues with our folks that are out there adopting foster care and from infancy. And I mentioned that this is very important for us. One piece of your testimony, and I'm going to keep the time here.
Right
One piece
there.
of your testimony, it talked about the race to the bottom with respect to corporate tax rates. I can give specific examples from Procter & Gamble, from Nucor. These are rural-based companies in my district, and I've met and sat down with each of them. When they talk to me about when their taxes become globally competitive. So from the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Yeah, I'm a day
one of the
trader
things-
on the
the
1
two
minute.
things that they highlight
So
the
the
most is
FDIC
Not all my
says
trading, but
SVB
I don't make most of my money on day
paid
trade.
their
But
last
normally
year
I
line
day
workers
trade the 1 minute.
failed
more
this
salary,
year.
and they've got the data that shows that they raised those wages. And the second thing is what they've been able to do to give back to their communities.
But we're gonna add up. We're gonna do some new stuff in the show. We're gonna do
For Box Elder County.
day
Specific
trading on a
example that
slow
sticks out to me.
5-minute chart.
I'm
We're gonna
concerned
do
at the communication,
some more longer term
that-
trades.
that just going ahead and not looking.
Just
at
gonna
what
slow the
actually
whole
happened
day
with some of
trading.
these
We're gonna do
tax
day
rates
trading.
that
We're just gonna
became
slow it
globally
down
competitive
at the pace
and just going ahead and raising
of
them
day
just to
trading.
just to cover more spending that we're seeing from the president's budget. What am I to tell these companies right now as there's a potential from 21 to 28% increase, which is an enormous and it will be a very impactful increase. What am I to tell these
Remember
individuals?
the white line. We want to see that white line hold, and we want to see if price comes down here, right? You want to see this white line. You want to see if price comes down here. You want to see
appropriate to cut corporate tax rates. It wasn't
this red line come
one
up
of the
here.
highest rates globally, and it needed to
This
come
white
down,
line
and
come
it
right here,
wasn't
and you want to
very
see
effective
price
in raising corporate tax revenue, but it came down
not
too
fail
much.
here. You want to see
And,
price go higher.
I don't think we've seen.
This is the second
economic
part of that
payoff
trade
from
right
that
there.
in the
If you
form
fail
of,
right here, what you'll end up
greater
seeing is this. I'll show you what the failure looks like.
investment spending,
Thank you.
and we
I'm going to
need
and
the-
thank you so much for that.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
You'll actually see this red line roll over as price comes down.
Hearing, and thank you for your service, Secretary Yellen.
You see this
Progressive
begin to
spending
roll
has
over.
led to record inflation, and now this administration wants to add fuel to the
And you'll see
fire.
price start to
I was
break right
alarmed
here. You can actually see it
yesterday when I
happen
discovered the president
right in here. See that white line right there?
proposed
See how it fails to go up?
15% increase to the IRS annual
So Silicon Valley
funding.
Bank says the main office
That's
and
a
branches are to
$2.1
reopen
billion
Monday.
increase over the enacted funding levels for 2023 on the top the extra $80 billion Progressive gave to the IRS last year. The IRS exists to serve Americans, not to make the lives of taxpayers harder. It has been reported that millions of tax returns from previous years are still not processed. In my district, that we've been getting a lot of inquiries about how to get the refunds from the IRS. If the IRS owns my constituents' money, it could take years from them to receive their return. Many have expressed concerns about IRS snooping on their private bank record and transactions, heightened with sensitive personal information being released in years past. You claim that you are not going after lower and middle class Americans, yet progressives have been working behind the census, lower the 1099K threshold. Why should every
So SVB
Americans
Bank fails
who are
as
dealing with
FDIC
record
takes over
inflation
and
pay
appoints
their
a receiver.
rent and repay for their event tickets now go out of their way to file unneeded burdensome tax forms with lack of proper security? And why are you in favor of adding more unnecessary filing when the IRS is already dealing with endless backlogs?
Well, the objective of this legislation with respect to 1099.
So what you should see here as this develops here, what you're going to see is this. You want to be looking so you want to be looking for this 1 minute here. Before even price gets there, you're going to watch this 1 minute. It's either going to start to roll over or it's going to start to race up and cross. You can actually see momentum in the market with just EMAs. You can actually see this. What you'll actually, if we have a lot of momentum to the upside, you'll see this 1 minute just start screaming up here and crossing as price is coming to meet it. If you start to see price come down and this 1 minute starts to roll over, we start to see this nonsense, that's going to imply to you that we're going to start to consolidate or break lower here.
My time. I totally get that, but we already have that in the law right now, that 1099K, when you receive more than $600 transaction, then you
1 minute failing down to
another burden
391.03.
It was
taxpayers.
lowered,
That's
it was lowered in the ARP from, I believe, $20,000
What I should do is
to $600.
I should show you
because
both the
of
1 and 5
many
minute
Americans
charts
who earned less
so you
than
can see what's happening right
20,000
now.
Probably weren't getting that information and paying the taxes that were due. And it's,
1146.
this was in the law.
Getting
The
a
IRS needed
liquidation
to
breakdown
implement
below
what's in the
on
law, and
My
it's
time
up to
39
Congress to decide
1.08.
what the right
I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Michigan's recognized.
So here's your
Thank you, Mr.
question now,
Chairman.
right? If you're
Madam
looking for the
Secretary,
second
thank
part
you.
of this
Good to see
trade,
you. First, let me just
does this
comment.
liquidation
I
break
listened
break
to,
right now? Is your
Mr.
question, right? Does this break
Captain's,
below or
questions and
not?
comments
We
regarding,
want to see if
trade
price
authority,
stays
and I just
below
want to
the
state
1 and 5,
for
the
record
1 and 5
don't
minute, the
agree on everything
white and red
across the
line
top,
right
and
here.
there is
So at
general
this point,
concern about
if you're in a
the
5 minute
trade
chart, you are
negotiations,
looking for price
and where that authority lies, and I
if
look
it can
forward to
break
further
below
conversation with the administration,
or hold
to
this
provide
cross
greater
right now.
clarity and to protect the
So
prerogatives
you're
of
going to
Congress
see,
in that respect.
fair.
We
or
learned
you're
a
going to be
lot, Madam
patient,
Secretary,
I should
during
say,
the pandemic, about supply chains.
and see if
What
price
go
can come
wrong when
above
we
and
rely
regain
too
itself,
heavily
pull its
on
drawers up,
other
right?
countries, particularly China, for
So if
example,
price can
for
stay above
critical
right
goods and
here,
components
it'll
that
give
are
you a
essential
signal
to
to
our
take another
economy.
long.
And I was really proud to
If it
work
cannot
with the
stay above this
administration
5 minute here, so
on
right here where I'm
Chip
at
and
right now,
Science
if
Act,
price
Inflation
can't
Reduction
regain
Act, both of which
and retest the
will
1 and
support
in
American
the
workers
5
bringing
on the 5 minute
manufacturing
chart,
jobs back to our
and
country.
show you
In
the
my
next trade
district,
above,
I
you
happen
know
to
that
have a
you can't
company,
take it. Does that make sense?
Hemlock Semiconductor, that makes polysilicon.
SIVB,
base material
closed
for
by
power
regulators.
semiconductors and for solar panels.
Can
included
smell it
in the
right
Chips
now.
and
I can
Science Act
smell it.
tax
I'm looking
credit
at all these
to
all
onshore
these news
production
stuff coming out in the
these
background
really
here,
important
and it
materials.
just stinks
As
to high
Treasury
heaven.
drafts its guidance for this credit, does Treasury plan to
Silicon Valley
include the
Bank's
entire
main office
supply
and branches
chain
will reopen on
of
Monday.
semiconductors, including polysilicon?
FDIC says
I
SVB
think
Bank
we're in
is
the
this year's
process of
first
drafting those
insured
regulations.
institution to
I
fail.
don't have the answer to your question, but we would value your input on this, certainly take it into account and get back to you on this matter.
I appreciate that. I'm certainly not in a position as a single member of Congress to express congressional intent, but I know as I was working on this legislation, this is certainly the sort of application that we had in mind. for
If
the
you're
credit. So
bearish
I'd ask you
here,
to take a very close look at that.
Certainly, we will do that.
we already had the retest down below, right, of S1. Here's S1 right here.
Right here in the U.S. instead of relying.
We already tagged the pre-market low right here, right?
On legislation to do this because it makes sense for us to trade foreign dependence on oil to foreign independence on solar panels. We don't want to do that.
Of course.
Our legislation includes a domestic content bonus to spur domestic manufacturing, not just domestic jobs for installing solar panels. So a strong domestic content standard.
So if you're looking here to see if price can regain here. If it doesn't, and you're getting bearish here, let's say, okay, I'm getting bearish, Cap, not bullish.
Domestic manufacturing.
You're going to want to have a test below here, and you're going to want to see the white and red lines curl over and the yellow line to come with it, come with price. Not seeing it right now, but as it develops, we'll watch it and see what happens. And where would you be? Your price target down below would be, your first one would be back down to this S1, and then your next one would be the number that I gave you down below. That's at 385.21.
Most urgent ones, but we will be producing a rule on that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. I yield back the balance of my time.
Recognize the lady from Texas. Gentle lady from Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, for a party that can't even define what a woman is, I find it rich that some of my Democrat colleagues want to highlight.
So bears are looking for these two lines, these three lines really to curl over. You want to see the red line curl over here. We're gonna get rid of this here for you.
And don't demean us just because we were born with.
We're gonna talk about this right now.
If it is International Women's Month.
So if you see the red line curl over, you see the white line curl over.
Big lie that people making less than $400,000.
See price stay below it, and you want to see that yellow line follow along.
You said it yourself this morning that people making
Then you
less
put
than
a stop right above it.
won't pay a
So
penny more in new
this yellow line comes over, price stays down here.
Maybe you need to get out of DC more.
You put a stop
because
above
a
here.
lot of us are paying more. In
Now
new
for me,
taxes,
I
not
wouldn't
just for
take
you.
this trade until you come
Income
down.
taxes.
and
Wages have
confirm on the
artificially
white
because
line, right? You
inflation,
want
the
that
dollar value
confirmation on the
has
white
actually
line that we're
decreased.
heading lower.
So
Same for
many
bulls. When
people
you're
that
going
are
higher,
making
you want to
less
get
than
the confirmation
$400,000
on the
saw
white
wage
line. You want to
increases are
trade
now
below it,
paying more in
come back
income
up and
taxes.
nail it, and then come start heading down. Put the short or the puts on the
Fuel
market
taxes,
with a stop
gas
above.
prices have increased
Otherwise,
from
you
a
get stopped
national
up with
average of
liquidation breaks on the
$2.35 when
upside.
Biden took office to now $3.41 a gallon this week. So are people making $400,000 paying more in fuel taxes?
More in fuel taxes?
Correct. Yes. So sales taxes, groceries have increased by 12%.
ES
Eggs have
looking
increased by
supportive
nearly
right now.
60%. Flour is up over 21%. Used cars are up over 9%. Are people making less than $400,000?
ES
paying
has a
more in sales
cluster,
taxes
1, 2.
for simple
ES
things like
right now is
food?
sitting in a cluster. It's forming. It's taking some time. You've got a weekly,
Prices have more than doubled
hourly,
in many markets around
or excuse me, a monthly,
a lot of
an,
times that's
a
dependent
minute,
on how
and
much
an
people are
hour and a
paying in
5-minute,
ad valorem
all
taxes.
kind of
So would you agree that
consolidating in
people
here.
making more than $400,000 and own a house
Somewhere
are
in this. I'm
paying
going to
more in
expect
ad
what I'm going to
valorem
expect here.
taxes?
We're looking at ES is some kind of consolidation down in here.
Oh, sure. But we're talking about taxes, and here's the problem. When you're stuck in D.C., we don't see beyond D.C. But people are being taxed to death and are absolutely sick of it. And when you said people who make more than $400,000
I don't know if I can listen to this.
a penny more, I guarantee you they would disagree with that.
What I said was that the president's budget.
People are paying more than they have in taxes, even if they're making less.
SPY
than
has some
$400,000, and
vicious,
it is a direct result.
vicious sellers coming down right now.
And it's alarming.
So on
Overspending
on ES,
increasing
it looks
debt
like it's
contributes
consolidating.
to increased inflation.
On SPY, at
All of us are
least, the
suffering
hourly is screaming lower right now. The daily is screaming lower,
And yet, this
and it looks
administration is throwing its
vicious.
hands up and saying, "It's not our
It
fault.
looks
We didn't do
vicious from up
anything."
high.
You've had party rule for the last 2 years.
491.
Take some responsibility.
The hourly is coming right down right here, right now. These sellers are trying to get right on top of you.
That there was no doubt that inflation was too high. And yet the Inflation Reduction Act that you just lauded used budget gimmicks and in fact added $700
How high did XLE come or XLF get to?
And now the president has come out with a massive budget. $7 trillion almost to spend. And then $4.7 trillion of new
33.72 sold right off.
That meets the very definition.
Sellers jumped right in on XLF.
And is that not
Didn't even get to 34.34.
The president's
Didn't even wait
budget
for you.
And the laws that
Just
have
came
been
right in.
passed reduce many burdens on American households. It makes health care through the ACA far more affordable.
Yeah, we're gonna get a failure here. It's either today, tomorrow, and we're gonna go down. I can smell it.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen, for being here today. Greatly appreciate it. Both Congress and the U.S. companies
Should be
have been
watching the
sounding
cues for
alarms
sure.
about Pillar 2 since the model rules
There's only a
were
couple
released in
places
December
where.
2021.
There's only a couple
Concerns,
places where we need to bloodbath.
negotiated and also
NDX is
were
one of them.
Exactly agreed to. But I want to focus on probably the most common issue that I'm hearing about.
Yeah, they're trying to hold up NDX right
Under
now.
the agreement, non-refundable tax credits can bring a company's U.S. Pillar 2 effective tax rates below 15% minimum. As you know, our tax laws are full of non-refundable business tax credits enacted by this committee over the decades. Most notably,
Still haven't closed the gap on NDX.
Other countries
11,806.
protect this credit.
If you get that bloodbath, you're looking at 11,200. Probably the best short is if there is one.
Curb and eliminate this incentive created by Congress to encourage investment, because we saw it beneficial to this economy. So the question is this. Secretary Yellen, why did the U.S. Treasury
11,550, 11,200. I don't know if we get down there, but that's where it's at. If there's a place in the market right now that has like that last capitulation move, it's definitely like tech. We went over it earlier this morning. Let me see if I can see other places where that holds true.
And our proposal would repeal the beat in favor of the underpacked tax.
Yeah, industrials.
Payments rule consistent with the model agreement, and in that
I guess if you had one, industrials would be the best one.
Than, what would
Maybe not even tech. Tech's at 18%.
So in all fairness, so you're saying you're fine with it, that you're not going to go to bat for this R&D tax credit. You're not going to ask the other countries to accept it.
Well, we've said that we would look forward to working with Congress on an R&D credit that
Yeah,
would be effective.
you know, and I know, that's a refundable tax credit. That's never going to happen because that's worth, billions, trillions of dollars. That's just not going to happen. I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, this is a really big deal to every company when they can't take this R&D.
Yeah, XLI, man. XLI's got a gap down below at 98.47. They might be a good. They might actually be who you want to watch. If you're gonna watch, a sector right now for the capitulation moment,
I mean,
we'll bring it up right now.
These companies are asking here.
Well, most companies are able to make use of it because they don't come under these rules.
That's not the case. Mr. Chair, Mrs. Secretary Yellen, thank you for those comments. Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit a letter for the record stating that R&D is the manufacturing industry's #1 priority, and this committee has already received that letter. Thank you, and I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Right there. Look at that XLI down there. 86.64.
FDIC says we're creating a new bank to protect insured depositors of Silicon Valley Bank.
Madam Secretary, I'd like to agree that the president's budget reflects the progress that we have made.
99.10.
I thank him for his leadership and what you're doing. So I sincerely thank you very much. I want to speak about an issue I had spoken to you in the past about, an issue that really concerns around school buildings and facilities. I'm raising the issue about the rehabilitation historical tax credit. And that's an issue I've been working on for a long period of time.
88.49, somewhere in here.
2 high schools in my congressional district.
Slightly oversold would be an XLI would be down here.
And basically what I've been attempting to do is to see if we can put together, the school buildings are at age 70. And I've basically been attempting to find ways
Right down in here.
school. So what I want to do,
You don't want to see this break right here. It'll be ugly.
Our nation's
On XLI.
access to historical tax credit and to use that tool is an issue I've consistently been raising. I'd like to get your thoughts on it.
That puts you down there at that 383, not 376, but this 387, 383, somewhere down in there.
And it's something the administration thinks is important as well, and we can discuss what might be appropriate.
Here comes that bear plane already coming into play right now.
And work with you on that.
Price now below the 1 in 5 on the 5-minute chart. You can see the yellow line screaming down. As long as price breaks down here, we're gonna head lower and retest these lows. 387.53.
You were born in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Your alma mater is Fort Hamilton High School. So you also know that my district is one that is home to hard
NDX has a gap to close.
during record high inflation.
11,823.47. Still hasn't closed it. And there's still money in NDX right now.
Giving money with one hand, and then they're taking
We got some other play. We got some pretty deep. You could see some tech weakness. We break below that. If we break below that 385 or so, we start heading down to 373 or so, wherever that is. Way down here. No, you'll see a bloodbath. Well, not a bloodbath, but a pretty decent bloodbath.
Senator Manchin says the U.S. must address the ballooning debt costs to remain a global superpower.
While the Fed continues to raise interest rates and Democrats continue their spending spree. The public deserves to know, as do the members of this committee, how long you're aware that the massive spending packages were pushing us closer to the debt limit and why you stayed silent for so long. As you know, on December 23rd, 2022, Congress, under the Democrat control, passed $1.7 trillion omnibus spending package, which came after 2 years of aggressive unchecked spending and record deficits.
Now, with all this being said in here, there is
January 13th to send a letter to Speaker McCarthy and saying that we had reached
there is a squeeze potential in here,
and that you'd have to take extraordinary measures. Yes or no? Did you
or a pretty violent sell-off. I'm going to show you this.
That you were going to be reaching that limit?
Well, look, we have run deficits for most of our history, and it's clear that we continually need to issue more debt in order to finance them.
But did you warn the
when
president that
Congress
we were going to be hitting the debt limit? Or did you
1 minute's
wait? Did you
bullish.
purposely wait, or did
5
you tell
minute
the
is not.
President knows very well
Daily.
that we would reach the debt
Starting to
limit,
bottom
and
out on
members of
bearishness here.
Congress know that
But
as
the
well.
or the hourly, but the daily is not. Daily is still bearish here.
And the FDIC will retain all assets from Silicon Valley Bank for later disposition.
This is where the fair comes in right here. Is you see this daily coming down, you see the weekly coming down, you see the hourly coming down, and you see the monthly coming down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 triggers. So you get this squeeze, and then this bloodbath down here. Even if you get the squeeze, you're looking at a lot of resistance here.
Through this excessive package. But I'll move on to say that the Federal Reserve continues to raise interest rates to slow the amount of money circulating.
Right in there, right in there.
Demand for goods and services with the goal of lowering prices and reducing inflation. But this, as you know, will not work. It does not work when government spending and the printing of new money continues at unsustainable levels.
Can't get bullish in here.
Isn't it kind of like trying to pour water on a fire while also pouring gasoline? I mean, you admitted you were wrong when you said inflation was
Right? You can't get bullish unless you break above all this mess right here.
tell them the truth that the inflation will not reduce
All this in here is danger. High volatility in here.
as long as government continues to print and spend.
No,
And it's coming
certainly
down,
wouldn't
it's
agree
dropping.
with that. And this year, the federal budget has, the deficit has declined substantially, and there's been a reduction in fiscal impetus toward
I understand. We're
inflation.
still at 6.4%, and we were at 1.4% at the beginning of this administration.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Madam Secretary, thank you for being with us today and appreciate your service to the country.
Thank you.
I'm going to go through a statement. I'm going to try to keep my time brief. I'm a firm believer that those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And so I'm just going to go back as we have time to go through the Green Book and obviously
VIX very bullish right now. Be careful of a sell-off here.
2021, you said there was only a small risk.
Price now trading below the 1, the 5.
On May 2nd of 2021, you said you don't believe that inflation will be an issue. On May 27th, you stated that the recent inflation we were seeing at the time would be temporary. You also said that you believed interest rates would stay low. Then on October 29th of 2021, you said that monthly inflation rates would return to levels close to 2% towards the second half of the year. When referring to the Biden administration's infrastructure spending proposals, you actually said, I don't think these investments will drive up inflation at all. You even went as
Senator
far as to say
Murkowski
that
says
spending
Congress must
packages
raise the debt
were
ceiling,
actually
otherwise it will send the wrong message to the world.
Finally, on June 1st of 2022, you conceded that you were wrong about the path that inflation would take. And as we all know, we were also wrong regarding your projections of the interest rates. And as the Fed right now is signaling that more rate hikes will probably happen until inflation gets under control. Makes me wonder when we're going to get off the spending merry-go-round. But with that,
Oh, please. They're
really
all
would like to
spenders.
focus on just a couple things because energy is something that's
I don't know if I can listen to this all day long. This stuff makes my
Perhaps
eyes
the biggest
bleed.
failure I've seen in U.S. sanctions over the last 2 years has been the inability to stop Iranian oil exports to China. And I appreciate the administration's recent sanctionings of the companies involved in the Iranian illicit oil trade.
Be very
However, I'm
careful. It's going to
concerned
get
that
really
these efforts
bearish here in
are
just a few minutes.
So, real quick question, and then I'm going to yield back. Would you agree our sanctions have been ineffective in stopping Iranian oil
VIX
from
price
being
trading above a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 trigger cluster on the VIX here.
More fully, but probably our sanctions have not been fully effective. We are constantly looking to enforce them better and to step them up in order to meet this objective. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, I
Chairman.
gotta turn it off.
Secretary, thank you. Thank you for giving us a little bit.
I can't listen to him talk anymore. These people are, and I don't care which party they are. I can't listen to them. I don't mind. I mean, I like listening to them when like Jay Powell's on or Yellen's talking. But when they're grandstanding, I want to stick my finger down my throat and puke everywhere. I don't care which party they're from. No care in the world. Trading 389.63. Dumping some horrible news in the market right now. The shit the dirty laundry they're airing into the market right now in the background is just wild. So, what am I doing here? SPY now trading 389.49. Careful of a bloodbath here. VIX is ramping up right now. Now trading 389.16. Looking for a retest on the low of 387.53. Another price target down below of 385.63. Trading 389 flat right now. Trading 388. Looking for it to retest the low and S1. Price teeing off this yellow line right here. Another bear plane being confirmed. Bunch targets down below. We got S1 already tagged once. S2 at 383.55. The FDIC is saying that we have created a new bank to protect insured depositors of Silicon Valley.
Finance Minister Freeland says the Canadian government will present its 2023 to 24 budget on March the 28th.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not getting all my chat is slowed too today. Like, I'm not reading what everybody's chatting. Let's see what everybody's saying in here. Am I on the close that? Oh, that's top chat. Live chat. So Mike Wilson flipped long at the top of this week, huh? It's kind of weird. I'm reading some. So it says, someone says, so Mike Wilson flipped long at the top this week, huh? I don't think so. I don't think that he did. I think he pulled, I think he took a nod not to be saying that he was short the market. But then also, not only that, it's kind of weird. I'm reading a Bloomberg story here in the background. And this is what bothers me. Not bothered. Now I'm becoming less concerned with, I'll be honest with you. I was pretty concerned with Silvergate until I just read this story in Bloomberg. And let me read the headline to you. It says SVB blowout is wake up call for stock bulls on banking risks. I don't think that bulls are I think bulls are expecting a leg down and want a leg down in the market. I think this. I think that the danger really isn't. I think we've got two separate things here, right? I think we have to keep it separated. It's critical to keep it separated. So you've got the economy and the market, right? And then you've got institutions, banks, and you don't want to see the two mix. If you see the market goes down for a last leg lower, that's one thing. But if you start to see bank failures, that's a whole nother conversation. If you see institutional failures, it's a completely different situation. So that kind of strikes me as odd that Bloomberg has an article today that says SVB blowout is wake up call for stock bulls on banking risks. Now, that sounds like a hedge fund story to me, right? Like bullshit. Sounds like there isn't banking risk. So what am I looking for, right? I'm like, these are the things that I'm looking for is there no focus on SVB? Is there focus on SVB? What are they telling a retailer? Maybe a dumb retailer like on Robinhood? What are they telling someone on Bloomberg News? And if SVB was really bad, would the articles be focused on the severity or danger and what's going on, or are they mum on it? So I'm reading this story in Bloomberg, and I'm like, what do you mean by this? Like, I'm reading the story, and they're like, SVB blowout is wake up call for stock bulls on banking risks. I think we all know that there's banking risks. The real key that you need to find out is how invasive it is. Is it like a cancer in all of our banks or not? So this, to me, looks like a lighthearted story. I actually don't interpret this as being any kind of newsworthy story. I read it like, are you saying that hedge funds ran some bullshit to dump the market? Or, and then it's funny because I'm reading other stories in Bloomberg. I got another story here that says, let me see if I can bring this back up. I got another story that said, hedge funds saw SVB ahead of everyone else. And I'm like, no. Hedge funds were short. We knew that going into end of February, that hedge funds were short the market. So they needed a reason. So you're either going to get it from the Senate hearings. And if they can't get it from the Senate hearings, they have to make a reason up. So if it's SVB to make up and it's just bullshit, the scary part of this, though, is do they try to soften what SVB means? Like, it wasn't as big of a deal as we thought it was. We just want to get the price down to where we wanted it. Or is it there is actual danger to the market? And this is who's trying to consume this news. And this goes back to like Billy on Main Street. This goes back to Robin Hooders. So if you tell Robin Hooders, it's because they don't, the new trader doesn't know what the fuck they're doing at all, right? You know that, right? They open up Robinhood, sign up for it, and you press the video game. Now, if you were to tell Robin Hooders en masse in your daily or your end of day recap, hey, the banks are fucking gonna burn to death. They would go home and tell their, Mary that works in an office or Bob that works in a mechanic shop, hey, Bob, that $5,000 you were saving, you should probably, I got my Robinhood apps telling me to be scared of the banks right now. So you're trying to interpret what they're telling different people and how they're telling different people what's going on. Because if that gets out, if you start telling Robinhooders, banks may become insolvent, that you can create real panic. And the crazy part about that panic is if it sets in to the mass public, things get wild. They won't trust anything right now. And they won't trust anything until something happens. Either the Fed commits to bailouts or the market goes up like 1,000% or something. It'll create truly mass panic. People will call on their 401ks. They'll call on their pensions. They'll try to pull money out of banks and stuff like that. That did happen in 07, 08. There was panic. You could feel it in the air. I remember when it started to happen, and my family was talking about it, friends were talking about it. People were scared. Those kind of things, you end up getting like the Fed and the Senate and the president and people sitting around a news conference saying that they will insure your money. People did lose money in 07, 08 in that banking crisis. Yeah, Henry, did you see GS didn't sell off last night? Did you see that yesterday? GS just sat there. I was like, GS not partaking today. GS not bloodbathing into the depths of hell today. I wonder why. We went through all the banks, all the regional banks, the mid-sized banks. We went through all the large banks to see who was getting caught in this. And there was GS like, oh, we already aired our dirty laundry on personal or credit card crap, selling shit credit cards to people with bad credit. Yeah, I'm trying to be over the weekend. I'm paying attention to what is the astroturfing that's going to go on this weekend. Is it hush hush, cover it up? Is it a story that's here for the move and then goes away? Does XLF recover? Does it not recover? In the 07, 08, it was like I don't know if it was a 3-day or a 3-week process, but it didn't take long. Like word hit the streets. There was begging and pleading for money publicly. Nobody jumped on it, and you could just tell a few days later, or a week later, maybe it was 3 weeks later. I can't remember now. It's been many years, but I remember that once it started unfolding, people were pulling cash close to the, banks were, just removing risk from the market. No one knew. It was like a news story. You kind of knew, but you kind of didn't know how severe it was. And then it was bam, rug pull. And the people that got left holding the bags was the workers, the bank workers, regular people on the street, people with pensions, 401ks, and they just rug pulled people's asses. They didn't care. And they still didn't save themselves. They still got fucked up. We still had to intervene in banks. Still had to save banks.
The US is to end COVID testing mandate on March the 10th for Chinese travelers.
It doesn't even insure that much money. It's not even, that's the scary part is, I mean, I don't know what it insures right now, it's 150 or 350 or something, but that's not a lot of money. It's not a whole hell of a lot of money. Somewhere in there, I can't remember. I thought it was 150, but that's nothing.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Well, when I was young, I thought it was a lot of cash. I remember when I was young, I was like, that's a lot of money. Why are people scared? But it's not a lot of cash. Issues that, this is the story right here. SVB blowout is wake-up call for stock bulls on banking risks. Issues at SVB, a cold shower on disinflation bets. I'm like, what does that have to do with disinflation bets? The other point in this article is banks caught off guard by Fed's rapid rate hikes. I don't understand that. As a matter of fact, this morning, we're finding out that we're not getting or there's no expectation of even more rapid than our rapid rate hikes. And it says stock market investors just got a harsh reminder about the risks posed by banking industry turmoil. Some of Bloomberg is great, but some of Bloomberg, You're trying to decipher how bad it actually is. Is it really bad? Is it not bad? U.S. stocks are heading for the worst week of the year after a sell-off sparked by liquidity concerns in the banking sector, as portfolio losses prompted hasty fundraising by SVB Financial Group, a major lender to fledgling companies. The jitters are spreading across the Atlantic, with European banks tumbling the most since September, and the region's benchmark index sliding sharply. By exposing its weakness, SVB has somewhat opened Pandora's box. Deputy Chief Executive Officer at Chalot DuPont Asset Management told clients in a note. It represents a major psychological impact which has awakened the market's old demons. Now that I agree in. A major psychological impact which has awakened the market's old demons. I think old people, if they know that this shit's going on, if they get a whiff of this, they're going to be worried. And then I think any old stock trader, investor, anyone with a pension 401k back in the mid-2000s, they're going to remember, without a doubt. And they're going to be scared. And they're probably going to call their sons and daughters and say, "You need to be worried about this." If my kids were older right now, I would probably tell them, "You need to be concerned." Not scared, but concerned. Because when and if these things unravel, when there's a whiff of it, it's different than you know that you've got inflation and you've got I don't know, you've got inflation. Jobs are plentiful. You can get a higher paid job, but we have inflation. We got to keep telling people that, right? Until you accept it. Until you get the no landing. Until they pound it into your head that eggs are going to be $3 or $4 or $5 or $7. But if you hear banking shit, you're like, "Oh, what? I didn't know about the banking shit. Tell me about that." You're like, I can get by on the car stuff. I don't think there's a housing crisis. I think investors learn their lesson. I think the Fed did a decent job of not having a major housing crisis. I've spoken to too many people at this point that own houses. Most people have bought houses many, many, many times below what their homes are worth right now. Many. I'm like 80%, 100% markups. 800% markups on homes. The who's getting fucked here is young people. But like a housing crisis, not seeing it. As a matter of fact, anyone that is in bad debt, don't worry, BlackRock has your ass covered. They built a bunch of homes for you to permanently rent for the rest of your life. At a very nice high price. Just like a mortgage, you just don't own it. But when you hear banking shit, that's the stuff that you're just like, it's like a what do you call those guys? Like Prairie Dog lifts his head up and he's like, "No, what did you say? Did you say banking?" Stocks got some reprieve from a mixed report on payrolls Friday. That's not a mixed report. That's funny to hear too. A mixed report on payrolls. That payroll report, even though it's been revised higher, it's way lower than last month's. Have you guys looked at a bar chart of the employment report? That's way low. It's a good report. Now, are they fudging it? Are they working on not counting the second jobs people need to keep? I don't know. Are they going to make it look good? Probably. Still, the banking woes add to the broader worries about the impact of higher rates on the economy. Equities may have further to fall amid growing pressure from the bond market. We guess that's changed, and that changed this morning in an hour. Right now, we're not. Now the bond market's saying nope, we're going back to 25 basis points, which is kind of a shocker too, because so you run a scam for a day saying 50 basis points, and one day later we're back to 25 basis points. And the crazy part about that is this: we all know we need 50 basis points. We all know it, right? We all know we need probably 50 or even more. We all know it. We all know that they're not going to fight. They're not going to. So I want to show you something real quick. I'm going to interrupt my own self blab in the background. Do you consider this to be bullish? Now I know that a bull's going to say that this is your double bottom right here. But can you take this trade? I mean, let's look at this.
Finance
Like I got
says
people in stream
we do
here
not
every
have
day.
exposure to SVB and funds are safe.
That I got people that make money and I got people that get torn up. And this is specifically for you if you get torn up. If you're getting torn up in my stream and you're like burning money and cash every day, does this look bullish to you? Because it's I think if you're losing your asses, this is not bullish. It's not until price gets above. It even starts to make a trend here. So we'll look at that. When does it become bullish? So this is the white line. This is the red line. And you might say to yourself, like, what if I had just bought this right here, Cap? Yeah, like we can say that all day long. But the truth is, if you're getting cut up every day, you shouldn't be trading that shit. You have no business trading that shit. You don't. I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to be an honest person with you. You actually have to wait for this to regain and retest that 1 minute for a move higher. You can't get caught in this because you're getting scared to buy and not knowing when to sell and stuff like that. You actually have to wait for this to develop to take a long. Now you saw this short here. If you're a bear here and you're like, well, we're still going down, Cap, this is where your stops are, right? Right up here, right on 390.69. And you shouldn't be in zero dates trading a 1 minute chart or a 5 minute chart either. You should be in a weekly or a monthly looking for direction or a spread or something like that. I'm actually overall very bearish here. I want to see VIX break below some levels, and I'm not seeing it just yet. Same price targets above. Never broke through the pivot point and the pre-market high. 303.78. Still haven't tagged the PT above here at 395.12. It's now at 394.68. Keeps coming down as time passes. Right where that pivot is now. Yeah, I don't think I'm not real. I'm looking for catalysts. Or I'm not looking for catalysts. I'm looking for something in the market that's really bad, right? So you're looking for something that's not inflation, not building starts slowing down, Those things are all normal parts of cycles. I'm looking for something like a fraud in the market. That's what I'm looking for. Fucking fraud. Like if you see fraud somewhere, like in banking or fraud in housing or fraud in the car market or like fraud. There's like people out there, they can buy if they bought a brand new truck last year or the year before or whatever, they could sit on that truck for 10 years. That's not really fraud. We can see fraud in banks providing a second car loan and they go belly up, but that's not really like crack open the economy. So I think that's what I'm talking about is a bank not telling you that they're getting destroyed from crypto, right? Yeah, we were long at the top on Bitcoin. How much? 40%. You're like, what? you tell them you took 40% of your money and just burned it to the ground? Stuff like that. It's always something stupid like that, right? You know, we repackaged and repackaged and repackaged and repackaged. And we made a house of cards here. And let's scale out a little bit too. Let's just look briefly on a larger time frame. So if you are a bull or a bear here, let's just look at a larger time frame here. I mean, just look at this on a bigger time frame, right? Bulls haven't won nothing here. Bulls haven't won a thing. There has been no trade above this white line, has there? None. There's been none. As far as you're concerned, this red line right here, you see it right there, right? There's trading right off it. Ping, ping, ping. Right? There's no bullishness here. There's no confirmation of bullishness here. I like trading the 1 minute in here, but, you know, you want to see this come up and retest and hold. The 1 minute. You want price to come up here. You want the 1 minute to come above, and you want price to hold. Retest and not break through. Retest and go. All this is chop. Now, if this was next week, we'd be doing a bunch of other shit. Today, no. It's the first day doing this. But next week, on a day like today, we'd need confirmation to take a trade in this market on a 5 minute. You'd want to see the rip higher. And you want to see it slam over. And you want to see this white line above the red line down here. And then you can enter a trade until it rolls over or rejects. And we know all these sellers are here. These sellers haven't disappeared. And a prime example of this, too. I'm going to show you a prime example of this. The difference here in SPY. I'm going to show you the difference here in SPY. That doesn't mean we can't squeeze here. But I want to show you the difference here in outlooks. So just look at the SPY here, okay? This is a 5 minute chart on the SPY, okay? Now, do I think we can squeeze here? Yes. Do I think we could just as likely reverse immediately, like squeeze up and then blast down to the depths of hell, right? Just like that. You see this yellow line coming down for you, the orange line, the green line, the blue line. Until we get above all of this mess here and consolidate, we're not bullish, are we? And I'm going to show you what I mean by this. The point that I'm trying to make to you here. And when you are bullish under these contexts. I'm going to show you a bullish sticker. Right there. You see that beautifulness right there? That's NVIDIA. Look at it. We're above the weekly. We're above the monthly. We're above the daily. We're above the hourly. And you might be like, oh, I got to catch that first part of the trade. And the truth is, like, here it is right here. This is all the fighting that was done to get above. Right? You can see it. All the fighting that was done to get above. All the fighting that was done to get above. Then you have the retest right here in the monthly. And the meat of the trade here was where? And look at the meat of that trade right there. The meat of that trade was, you're so anxious to take the trade, but the reality was that the meat of this trade was right here. And you can actually see it rolling over now, right? Kind of maturing. Maybe we get one more squeeze higher here. The meat of that trade was 173 to 240, 174 to 240. Stayed above the hourly the whole entire way. And this, see how supportive this is and beautiful this is? Gorgeous, supportive. And meanwhile, we're sitting here in SPY and people are saying, well, I'm bullish here, I'm bearish here, I'm all these kind of things. And right now, SPY is bearish on a larger time frame. See that? And this doesn't bode well for NVIDIA either. We know Market Breath has tech fully invested still. There's still bulls out there that are like, fuck that, I'm going to own. I bought NVIDIA at 174. I'm not selling that shit. I'm keeping it. Let SPY burn. That's what they're saying. So we know that we have to burn tech down to get a capitulation moment in the market. Need the entire market to go, be oversold. Price doesn't matter. What matters is that capitulation moment. So maybe you get the squeeze up, then we head back down here. You get the sellers in NVIDIA. So they're going to get rebought again on a low. Doesn't mean that NVIDIA is not still bullish. Just that you have to get some of those. You have to make people take profit. Remember when we were talking about Tesla? Remember we did a live stream and I said, yeah, we're going to come into that 220. And I'm telling you, the sellers are going to be there. And you're going to get bears there. And you're going to get hedge funds there. And you're going to get people like me that bought low that are going to take profit. And you're kind of seeing that in NVIDIA right now, right? You're like, yeah, if these guys bought NVIDIA 174 and we're at 220. They're probably going to take some money off the table. Stay bullish on NVIDIA and try to buy a dip down below. And you're looking at the SPY and you're like, yeah, you know that the bulls are still holding on in NVIDIA right now. Just looking at a larger time frame here. Sure, we can squeeze higher here, but it's probably going to get sold down at some point. Let's look at a 1 minute chart real quick. Is this bullish to you? It's not to me. Price is not above the white line. It's not above the red line. The 1 minute chart, is it bullish to you? No. White line. Red line. I guess we'll just do it this way. Price checks the white line and goes higher. That's where it gets bullish right there. Maybe I'll redraw that so I can do it. This goes underneath. And not until price not tests the 5, but the 1 minute. And holds, bam, then it goes higher right there. Buy button. Not the chop, not the first push up, pullback. On a 15-minute chart, what does this look like to you? Look at them, they're teeing off right here. Just teeing off on you. Pew, pew. And they're going to try to tee off on you once again over here. $394.70. Yeah, right up in here is where they are. Now for next week. It's 12:47 in the afternoon. We're going to talk about next week here. Expectations for next week. There's your trading range right there. 375, 55 for next week, and 400 above here. I don't see us trading above this. I see more liquidation into next week. I see any kind of a trade higher is going to be sold off and down into next week, down to this 375. Trend to be maintained into next week, guaranteed. I think your new ceiling right now is this 398, 393. I think if you trade up here, it's going to be a failure. We're going to start trading down into 375. Look for that as a low next week at minimum. And you see this down here, this nice gap to be filled. And you get a new low down here. Opens the door to lower lows. And there you go. Now you got a range down here to trade. Any kind of bad news. Here's your March 17th right here. And then you got the last 2 weeks to even make it lower if you can. Here's your 3660. Here's your new range down here. And here would be the low right here. 375. You see it right here forming up.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US Baker Hughes
394,
data. Total rig count,
376.
price 749.
New range.
And oil rig count, forecast 589 on the prior 592.
For bulls to go back to looking for new highs, you need to be above 400. If you can't maintain this, this is where all the sellers are. They're trying to take you down right now. New range starting next week. Need to get above 400 to even think about holding a higher range. Yeah, when easy money stops, businesses commit fraud to keep the juices flowing. I agree with that for sure. So there's your market for next week. It's right there. If you're a bull, what do you want to be buying? Down here, right? You want to try to close the gap at 375, take a dip trade down here. That's what you want to try for. If you're a bear, what are you looking for? You're looking for that crazy into end of March, maybe April. You're looking to get underneath right here. I don't think this happens as fast, but it's there for you. There is no support under this market. You think that there is, but there isn't. I know that you think there's support under this market because you're like, yeah, hey, man, we bought You're like, we bought December and we bought October. That's the only support in the market. On a longer time frame, years and years and years, we're below support. It's up here. It's right here. That's where real support is in the market. Like going back decades, that's where it is right there. Your next real support in the market is way down at 3,300, way down here. You got a nice fat gap down here at 358. Way down here. That's where real support is in the market. All you need is any buyer from December and October to sell, and we're running down. If that banking stuff gains any kind of traction, you will see that money leave the market. They will rug pull this market. It'll go straight down to the depths of hell. Now, if we can get a snapback rally here today or tomorrow, any kind of snapback rally today, tomorrow, squeeze higher, reset shorts up here for next week, anything like that. On Sunday, we're going to talk Sunday morning. Let's do it at 10 a.m. on Sunday. Eastern Standard. No, we'll do it at 12 noon so we can catch the East and West Coast. We'll do 12 noon on Sunday. And if we can get any kind of a snapback rally up here, and we'll start talking at least about putting a ratio spread on the market, a hedge on the market that's free. If we go up, it'll pay for itself. It'll be a free trade. Like, thank you for buying the trade. Here's your money. And here's a little extra for you for the carry. If the market crashes or starts legging down at any point this year, you're going to make stacks of cash. Stacks. And the more down we go, the more you make. Better than a put spread. Better than a credit put spread. Better than S-style puts or calls. Better than any of that shit. It's free. Well, I guess it's not free. There's a little bit of risk there. If we were to get pinned at 400 for the next year, it's going to suck. But that's only if we pin right to 400. We'd have to trade 400 like right across the entire year. So hopefully we can put one of those on for the year by Sunday, Monday, something like that. And I'll place that trade with you because I want to put one on myself for the year. Or at least the
1
quarter.
PM Eastern Time. We
Maybe
get
throw
the
another
USD
one on for the
use
summer or
data,
something like that.
Total rig count prior 749, and oil rig count forecast 589 on the prior 592.
Do any of you have experience out there? I know some people in the stream remember us doing the putback spreads at the beginning of 2022. Does anybody remember that trade? Does that jog any of your memories from last year in 2022? It's a neat trade too. You just leave it there. Starting to bleed down again. Oh yeah. Yeah, if I'm guessing, man, if I'm just guessing here, if that is real, that SVB shit is real, they ain't taking shorts off this market. They're going to be like, fuck you. No way. Oh, cool. Yeah, we'll go through how to construct the trade. I'll show you like the heat map on it, how it makes money. I tried to log in to Thinkorswim this morning, and I couldn't log in. I don't know why. Said my password and my username didn't work. I don't know why that is. I'm not a margin call or anything like that. I don't know if it's just maybe my computer. I've got Windows 11. It's kind of weird. I just did this. I just set some different security on it yesterday, and I wonder if that's fucking with it. That's why I can't log in. I'm not sure. Is XBI going down right now? I haven't looked. I mean, yeah, I haven't looked at XBI in the past few minutes. It's a good one to watch right now. You want to see XBI kind of go down. It's like one of the last yeah, look at XBI, man. 74.89 or 80? 96 or so. Look at XBI, man. Woof. Dude, that trade was epic though. You got to admit, right? The XBI trade back in COVID was unreal. They're going to take that shit all the way back to 2020, aren't they? Yeah, there they go. They have a lot more space to go. We were trading COVID stocks fucking right away, right? Right when it started happening. Like COVID stocks when they first started, man, dude. Like every pumper in the world was just it was a circus. Check out this company. Check out this company.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the US Baker Hughes total rig count.
XBI, you could pretty much have an office, and then they would do stock splits on you. You guys remember that shit? It'd be like a $2 stock, and it would go to like $12, and the CEO would come out and be like, "We just split it like 10 times." Or not split it, they would dilute it. That's what they were doing. They were diluting shares or something. I forget what they're not diluting. I forget what the fuck they were doing. Whatever that shit's called. They're like, we're pulling all this money out of your stock, and they would just like rip to zero again.
$10 seconds.
Yeah, the equipment and mask makers. I remember when COVID started, right? I went into like a Home Depot and started clearing the shelves off. I'm like taking masks off the shelves, and I'm going to the thing, and this is before anyone really knew. And they're like, "What do you need so many masks for?" And I'm like, "These things are going to be valuable, definitely." And so my wife and I were wearing a mask in a store, and I remember when it started, people started panicking.
Still waiting for the Baker
No
Hughes
one was wearing a
data.
mask, and we were. And I'd been to chemical. I've been to a school that had a chemical warfare school, and I was like, you can never be too safe, right? I was like, if this is real, we're fucked. So I wearing a mask, and we're like loading up on supplies for the kids and stuff. We're like, the store's gonna close. Let's go get some shit for the kids, like so they can knit and sew and all this stuff. And we're in a store, and this woman panicked in the store. And she had a full panic, started yelling at me. This was before anything got shut down. But she knew that it was like right when the panic started. And I was like, "Look, lady." She's like, my daughter's telling me this. I'm like, "Look, I don't care what your daughter's telling you." I'm like, I was in the Army. I was like, I know all about this shit. I was like, this shit's as bad as they say it is, or it could be.
Rotary oil rigs, 590, higher than the forecast of 589.
And she was panicking in the store. And then a few days later, I'm back to get more masks at Home Depot. They're cleared out, gone. All gone. All the real ones. We're pretty bearish here. VIX is still looking pretty bearish here. Or bullish, I should say. VIX is on a 3-trigger cluster to go north from here. Hourly is coming up on it. VIX probably going to crank into the close at some point. I don't know if price follows, but VIX looks like it's about to moon. It's about to moon. Do you want to see VIX about to moon? I'll show it to you. See that ramp in VIX? This is what you're looking for in SPY, right? Hourly coming up, right? Daily trigger, hourly trigger. We got the weekly trigger. We're breaking through the monthly trigger right now. The 1 and the 5 minutes on VIX right now. Looking to crank into this close. Very bullish on VIX right now. Yeah, it was wild. So you had problems with Thinkorswim as well? You had to reset your password too this morning? Yeah, I had problems this morning. I haven't done it yet. I turned the live stream on and I'm like, fuck it, we'll just do it like this for today. I was like, I'll deal with it later. They were saying they were going to make changes last week. They sent me some notifications that said they have changes coming down the pike. So I'm assuming it has something to do with that. Yeah, these weren't dust masks. I didn't grab dust masks. I was in the you guys got to understand. I was in the Army for 12 years. Like, there's nothing you can say to me that you know what you're talking about. I used to dress up in Mop 5 and shit like that. And they give you andropene shots. It's like a 2-shot booster. One makes you chill the fuck out, and one makes you die easy. In nerve agents and stuff like that, nerve gas, VX gas. There's nothing as a civilian you can tell me that you know what you're talking about. Sorry, apologize. I love you, but if you're in the Army, you know about this stuff. Have you ever been to if any of you are chemical soldiers out there, you know about this stuff. And if that shit's the right stuff, if that virus was the right stuff, if you get the right stuff, you can probably protect yourself. Bunch of 100-mile-an-hour tape, bunch of rubber boots and rubber gloves, some unbreathable Tyvek suits, good mask, some goggles, and tape the shit out of yourself. That works. That stuff works. Any medical professional will tell you it works. Even the masks work if you use them right. They work very well, and they stop you from spreading it. You know, so forget about the small tiny particles in there. Just you coughing on other people's kind of disgusting. I never knew that either. Like pre-COVID, I was like, I never wore a mask ever. But like after COVID, I was like, kind of like the mask idea. I don't like the idea of people's spit just coming in my face and all their dirty grossness. It kind of reminds me of we've got the Toto toilet bowls, and they like automatic flush and stuff like that. And I like the idea that the lid goes down, so you're not like spritzing shit and piss spray and fine particles up to your face. That kind of stuff. That's just me.
So some commentary out of Fitch Ratings. You say the global growth outlook has improved, but rate hike impacts are still ahead.
I still wear them too. I don't wear them. I don't wear them everywhere, but if I'm in like a large room or something with a bunch of people, I'll wear a mask still. I still do, and I haven't been sick. No, that I know of, and I don't get like I haven't had flu or strep throat or anything like that. None of it. And I think that has more to do with. I think the other weird part is, I used to live in Asia, and I thought it was weird. Like I'd see people with masks on, and I didn't understand why they wore them. I thought it was because of smog mostly. But a lot of people in Asia would wear them so they didn't get you sick. So if they were sick with something, they would try to cut down on the larger particles in your face.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
And
Get
I
free
always
daily
thought that
pivot
those
points,
people were wearing it.
Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I always thought they were trying to wear a mask because they thought I was disgusting. And the truth was that they didn't want to get you sick. So I think that's kind of cool. Like, I like the idea of somebody trying to, you know, if they have to go out in public and they're sick.
So we've put the whole Fitch ratings piece out on the feed for those interested.
You know, if it's like, hey, I got strep throat, I got to go to the store, and so I'm wearing a mask. I like that. I got no problem with that. I think that's kind of considerate, right? We used to be considerate. We're not that considerate anymore. Just kind of like, fuck you, don't. We're like, fuck you. I do what I want, and I don't care what you think. We never were like that, though, years ago. The U.S. wasn't like that. A long time ago, it wasn't. When I was a kid, it wasn't like that.
Looking into this Fitch ratings piece, who forecast the Fed funds rate to peak at 5.5%, and also look into the ECB's main refinancing operations rate. Fitch ratings sees that at 4% in June, an upward revision of 50 basis points and 100 basis points, respectively.
Now, there's some bad things when I was a kid that, of course, have gotten better over the years. But there are some good things, too, that we've lost. Right? So for all the bad things that we try to resolve over the years, we do lose good things as a society. Or that I, at least that I see, you know, there's like some good things that have not moved forward with society as well. Some of those are like manners. Right? Manners is a big one. I think manners, there was a little bit more, it's not like you need all of them or whatever, but there was more formality, generally speaking, when I was a kid. Some of that's like, why do you need to be formal? I agree with some of that. But there was some part of that was there.
Fitch ratings, who say that improvement in the near-term global growth outlook reflects China's post-COVID-19 reopening and easing of European natural gas crisis as well.
I think like being considerate. I think I see less consideration these days. You know, as a matter of fact, even myself, I have to remind myself to be not. This might emphatic for other people would be a good way to describe it. Empathy for people. I think some of that has gone away too. Especially if you're not haven't experienced that, right? Have empathy for people. Even if you disagree with it, you just have empathy for people. Now, I try to teach that to my kids.
Fitch ratings piece, you still forecast a U.S. recession, albeit starting in the third quarter of 2023. So again, that's what Fitch ratings see there.
And I think that kind of helps you in life too. I mean, it might even help in your job, right? To see where someone else is, or see where their perspective, even if you disagree with it. You know what else is funny about that? I just read a story I think I sent it to Joe Donut. I had said, you got to read this story from the New York Times. And the New York Magazine, and they had said kids today are not learning how to write essays. These are kids at like Harvard.
It's also Fitch ratings now forecast world growth in 2023 at 2%, which is revised upward from 1.4% in December 2022's GEO.
So when we were children, we were required to learn the humanities. We were required to learn how to argue. We were required to learn how to...
China, they've raised China's 2023 growth forecast to 5.2% from 4.1% that was seen in December. The Eurozone growth seen at 0.8% now from 0.2%. US growth seen at 1% from 0.2%.
We're required to learn how to argue, how to empathize in an argument, how to try to win someone over in an argument, how to try to get someone else to see our point of view, right? And then if I'm arguing and someone points out a difference of opinion, that I would consider that, right? I give my argument, then you say you give your argument, and maybe I learned something new. Maybe you learned something new. Maybe we disagree, but at least we're able to discuss it. But these kids right now, all these kids, they're not learning this stuff. So you've got now let's say you're young. Let's say you're 30 or 20 right now. In the next generation from you, and you're the old fuck out there, you might have a new generation. Now, it's not that, and these kids are like, well, I have to learn all this other language. I have to learn how to argue in math, right, or in computers, or in other languages. That's what society is going to demand of me in my profession. Not so much this argument amongst people. So, we're losing in that we're still losing the way to argue with people in an effective manner. And there are companies out there that are capitalizing and knowing that that young people don't know how to argue. So there are smart people out there that are saying, well, if I know that even Harvard graduates can't write I kid you not. You got to read the New Yorker Magazine article. It's about the death of.
Barclays who expect a half-point Fed hike in March after the jobs data today.
It's like the death of essays or the death of the humanities or something like that. And it's really neat because it's another way for someone to capitalize upon you as a young person, not knowing how to argue, and I can sell you an argument. I can be like, hey, guess what? Come on over here and hang out, and I'll give you your arguments. And whether they're real or not, what do I care? You didn't learn humanities. You didn't learn philosophy. You didn't learn the origins of government. You didn't learn about your own values and ideals and morals and whether you're a good person or not, or what you're willing to live with as a good person or not. And instead, I can just package that shit up and sell it to you. Whether it's real or fake or lies or the truth, doesn't matter. I'm selling it to you. You're paying for it. And I can probably get enough of those people that I can even push my own agenda. It's kind of wild, right? Now, before we used to have corporation, we used to be corporations, now it's oligarchs. But we used to have corporations before that. We had TV stations and radio and newspapers to form public opinion. We had religion to form public opinion. And right now, the scary part isn't so much that we had those organizations. Right now, kids aren't even being taught how to interpret what those organizations are trying to teach them or tell them what to be or do. That's the scary part.
Results from the Fed reverse repo facility. Also, just noting downside movements extending in U.S. stocks here, with the Nasdaq and S&P down around 1% now.
So you have a younger generation that's not being taught how to figure out for themselves what's real, fake, lies, truth, what they believe in, or taking what piecemeal things they need to take, what loyalty is, all that kind of stuff. Now trading 387.09. Looking for the PT down below of 385. Look at that. Look at how slow that bear plane trip comes out for you today, huh? Saw this one coming quick, didn't you? This one set itself up right for you. Nice and easy. Easy peasy. Take out a weekly put, take out a put spread, close for 10% profit or something down here. Easy peasy on a 5-minute chart. Yeah, we had to teach our kids curse of ourselves. We had to teach that to our children. They would not teach that in school. We had to teach that ourselves. We teach most of this stuff to our kids because it's not part of their normal programming in school. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have to teach my kids how to read. I agree. Now trading broke below 387 right now. VIX is just pumping right now. Just pumping. Ripping face right now on VIX. SPY just red barring it down right now. This is a 1 minute chart. Just bloodbathing it down right now below S1. Teeing right off above here. J Powell sucks. I agree with that too. Like, just hit, like, why not just hit us with, like, just break something? I mean, break something without crypto breaking something. Like, just break it. Smash something. You got the senator from Massachusetts, and she's like, you got to save jobs. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Elizabeth Warren, I'm like, are you just speaking? You're stump speeching right now. I think she has an economics degree. I'm like, I think you know that our entire system is built around destroying jobs. What are you proposing that we do? Are you proposing that we go back into the Depression in the 1930s? Are you proposing that people in this country get their kids out there with $800 Apple Watches on them? They haven't seen a stick to play with in the backyard their entire life. These kids don't play with rocks in the backyard. Your kids might here and there, but not like it they used to. This isn't the 1930s. Are you going to send, what? You're going to send men and women on the road as hobos across, like, the railroad or something to go work on federal projects on highways? You're saying you're going to send, what, 20, 30% of the working population on road crews? Do they know that part of it? It's kind of bizarre. This whole argument is bizarre. She knows that it's job destruction. She's stump speeching. And meanwhile, you've got Jerome Powell's like, yeah, we gotta destroy some jobs. And they're hand tying him not to destroy some jobs because it's an election season. Now, the truth is, you need to. And what's crazy about that, too, is most of those people you're going to be destroying made bad decisions. Not all. Not young people, but the older people that get caught up in that, those are the people that the young people are. If you're young out there, right, you want that job destruction. That blows my mind, too. If you're young, you want that. You're already young. You can persevere 5 years. But you know who can't? An old person. An old person can't. They got like 2-3 mortgages. They're living off their retirement. They got an old truck. They got bad debt everywhere. Made mistakes all their lives. You want to knock that guy off the block. That's the only way a young person is going to get a leg up. The only way. And a young person can deal with it. In like 2007, 2008, I was a young guy. I did fine. Didn't bother me. But, dude, I saw old people that were living like kings. Drinking Spanish wines. Drinking Louis Trey. Big cigars. Big vacation homes. Big boats. All kinds of stupid shit. And they got wrecked. Ski bum like me, I'm fine. Some old guy out there with like a boat, a summer house, a winter house, bunch of kids. have to take care of like a grandkid that was popped up and oh, they're all fucked up or something. Got kids like huge college bills. You want to knock that guy off the horse. So who is she really protecting? Is she protecting a young person? Elizabeth Warren? No. She's trying to protect a voter. She's trying to protect a voter. She's appealing to the people that actually vote. The people that know they've made bad decisions or they're overextended. Trading 385.47 right now. We'll see if we get down here and tag this. I'll take a look on the yeah, and you need to kick them out. If you can't kick them out, oh, there we go. Little bit more to go. We're looking for 384.54 right now, I think. 384.54 on the SPY. 384.64 right here. I think I got that right. 384.64. Right there. Wherever that is, right there. Whoo! How'd that feel? $386.29. That felt good, didn't it? Did that feel good? Yeah, that felt good, huh? Yeah, that's what I say. Break something, resign like a boss. Gotta sneak out some of that bad debt out there. My own father. So my father had like a bunch of houses, bunch of mortgages, and there was an '87 crash, and he got taken to the cleaners. He got taken to the cleaners. He was like, "Oh shit." I like that. Break something like a boss and leave. Oh, she has a degree in speech pathology and audiology. So I was wrong on economics. I thought she was. Oh, no. It's her husband. That's right. Who's her husband? Who's Elizabeth Warren's husband? Do you know? It's not her. It's her husband. I got that wrong. It's her husband, right? Well, who's Elizabeth Warren's husband? Yeah, I got that wrong. Yeah, I think I got that wrong. Yeah, so he's got a PhD from Yale, and then in property, legal history, property trusts, and estate law at Harvard. That's who it was. I was thinking about her husband. Thanks for correcting me on that. And then I read a story about her her career in investing. Do you guys know anything about her investing career? Yeah, Vic's cranking right now. No. Her husband is. I read a big long expose on her and her husband, and their investing career. Yeah, he was. I think he was wrapped up in economics at some point in his career too. I think it was him maybe that I was thinking about. So it's not like they don't know; they know. Yeah, Bruce M. Man. I'll try to find it. If I can find the expose, it was really nice. It was a good expose. But you can't, that's like Nancy Pelosi, right? The same thing. You can't be like claiming that you don't know about economics. Trading down below here, trying to slap that bottom down below. PT is 384.64. See if we can get down there and slam on it. Trading 385.53 right now. Pretty close. Close enough. I don't know. I'm not a. If we talk like just talking politics, I'm actually a Dem. I'm like an old school Democrat, but I don't trust any of them. So I don't really agree with either party. I'm not. I wouldn't call myself affiliated. I think Joe said that last night to me too. I was like, I'm not really affiliated with a party either. Hit 385.63 in the SPY. Got rid of the yellow box down here. Teeing off on that yellow line right now. Nice and slow, right? I think the big thing for me is that I try to relate most of my politics to the stock market. I think that was a big lesson for me to learn, was to separate the two. Had like the stock market hat on and then Main Street hat on. So I try to keep the politics to how does it impact my career. That was a hard one for me to do. It's weird because before you learn how to invest or buy stocks, you think that all this news is for you. Like sometimes I'll go on Reddit and someone will post a story and I'm like, they don't know that that story is for the stock market, for drama. And so there'll be like comments, they'll be like, screaming everywhere about what's going on. I'm like, that's specific. I'm like, Reuters is made to grift stories to move the stock market or make an excuse for this and that to happen in the stock market. And they think it's geared towards them. They're like regular people. And so they get all fired up and they like, light the torches and they light the bonfire and they're running around with spears and shit. This doesn't matter what political party you are. But most of them don't know that that shit's all a circus, not for their consumption. Then you become an investor and a trader and you're like, okay. It's a whole bunch of this shit. They're not even talking to you. What they do is they go on 60 Minutes and they appeal to their base, right? Tell them they're all right. Then they make other articles for the people in the market, right? Or they talk differently to different people. It depends on who their audience is. Sometimes I'll see like articles posted on Reddit. I'll be like, oh man, that's a shit rag just meant to like, that's some astroturf and shit just for the stock market. These people think that's real. I'm like, that shit'll be yesterday's news by tomorrow. That was meant to rip the stock or dump the stock or dump the ETF or rip the ETF. Like, that had nothing to do with what's real.
There's just some more commentary in the SVB situation as Gemini comments that they do not have any banking relationship with SVB, includes all Gemini products and services.
Uh-oh, everybody's trying to distance themselves now. It's like the Spider-Man meme. He did it. No, he did it.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
Oh,
Get a free
man.
trial at
XBI,
tickstrike.com.
what's going on, brother? Let it all hang out. What do we... Oh, XLI. Bloodbath in it right now. What's going on? What's going on, XLI? What's going on, brother? You all right, XLI? What's happening? XLI, bloodbath in it. Straight bloodbath. Now, if you're a bear, this is the capitulation. You saw XLF do it yesterday, and now today you're seeing other sectors do it. Yesterday you saw XLF, and you didn't see the rest of the market do it. Normally you see the market on together, but you saw XLF capitulate yesterday. And so now you're seeing other sectors going, fuck it, let's start selling. We knew XLI this morning was like, we're doing fine over here, man. XLI is just bleeding right now. Straight bars to hell on XLI this afternoon. How are the Qs doing right now? They were another fat boy in the group. No offense, no offense. I shouldn't. But he was fat. Oh, look at Qs. Q's bloodbath in it right now. What about NDX? How's that one doing? Those are the two fattest ones, right? Yeah, there we go. We just closed that gap finally on NDX, didn't we? There you go, NDX. Clean yourself up over there. They're closing the gap as we speak right now, by the way. NDX is down there cleaning up their messes that they left behind.
Further gains in labor productivity going forward.
They're about to close their gap. We're getting close right here. If you're in puts, we're getting pretty close. And NDX is about to close its gap. Almost ready to close its gap. Gap's at 11,814.93. Oh, yeah. Take the money and run. Oh, there it is. Look at NDX right now. It's just one beautiful bar straight down to the depths of hell. Oh yeah, NDX. There you go. There you go. This is the place, though. Watch out for a snapback here. Oh man, 5-minute charts, so much easier. Please like and subscribe to these videos. If you show up every day, keep showing up every day. This Sunday, we'll do a ratio spread on Sunday, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I think that's 10 a.m. West Coast time, I think. 9 a.m. West Coast time. I can't remember anymore. And then I'll see you again on Monday at 9:30. It's now 1:37 in the afternoon. Noon Eastern time. NDX has closed their gap down below. They've got a gap a little bit higher here at 11.8. Still have the 1 minute to contend with an NDX above at 11.852.27. We just barely missed the 0.78. We're there. Close enough. 78 fib has been touched. The market is now back to its December 28 lows, or highs. That was so right in December. Remember December 22nd to the 28th. We're at the top of that support right now. So some decent support here. Not great, but decent. Decent support right where we are. Some decent support here, okay? So be aware of that. There is decent support right where we are. Some decent support right here where we are. Just know that there's support here. Now, with this being decent support, $392.54. Yep, this is becoming now resistance above. And you can see it right here. This is now becoming resistance. This is decent support. This is the bottom down here of that December. This is going to take some work to grind through. They're not going to give this up like, it's not going to be like we're drilling straight down. It's going to be a grind to try to get through this support in the market. Another thing that you're going to have to work on is getting these sellers to push down a little bit. $393.72. Okay, so I want you to see this green box right here. This is your hourly sellers right here. And they have now come down. This is hourly trend here to sell. And they're going to try to grind through all of this shit in here. They might try to slip it under into Monday down here, some kind of nonsense like that. Some kind of like fake ass selling down here or something like that. But this is not the place for you to be short. Or as I should say, as a retail trader. $384.64 is what I measured it at. It's actually a pretty good place to take a long here. Yeah, this isn't going to be easy to get through. This isn't that easy. This whole area down here is going to be hard. Going to be a ton of work right in here. This is all grinding down in here. This is the top of December. Of the December. So remember we were bouncing back and forth in December and then made a rip higher. This is all of that right there. I want to say it goes back the 22nd to the 28th of December. $1:45. It is Friday, so what I'm going to do is going to go through anyone that's subscribed this week, anyone that has supported the channel, and we're going to go through and just thank everybody that's shown up this week into the stream. I'm going to go grab a bear. Maybe we'll put some bear music on, and for celebrating the end of the week for the Bears, and we'll have a little end of the day kind of a celebration for the weekend. So if you're with us right now, if you've been showing up all week long, we'll do that right now in just about 5 minutes. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm not going to expect I'm not expecting this right here in Cash Market. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to expect that in any way, shape, or form. This looks like you might see some grinding and shit, but I'm not expecting like big blasts through here. There's a ton of support. Well, like intraday support for a Friday, there's a ton of it here. Maybe, but I don't think so. You'd have to have something we don't know about, I guess. Think that's bottom for right now. Now, can they slip it under in after hours or over the weekend with some bullshit news of some kind? Yes. Will it swing higher after that? Yes, it will. It won't just blast right through. You need something material to get through this in one day. Probably going to take 2-3 days to grind through all of these holders. Today, tomorrow. It could take like today, tomorrow, Monday. Not tomorrow, but like today, Monday, to grind through all these holders in here. Unless banks know something we don't know. You can kind of see it right there. 384.64. Right there. I'll leave that up for you. See the price target right there, 384.64. I'm going to go grab a beer and hope I can come back and buy a snapback here. So just give me a second. Almost there. 384.72. You see that 384.64 right here? Almost there. 384.72.
It's in 10 minutes time now, the top of the hour, to get the release of the US federal budget balance. Forecast minus 263 billion, prior minus 39 billion.
So you move this down a little bit so you can see it. 384.60. What is it? 64 right there. Now trading 384.70. About 6 pennies. Six more pennies. Close enough, right? $384, 68, 67, 63, 64. That's all I got for you there. Anything below this? I don't know. It's ugly down below there. You've got S2 right here at 383.55. This is your fib target right here. And then pivot level down below is 385 or 383.55 on the day. Beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely stunning. Now trading 384, 6 or 33 right now. Next target below. Let me make sure I got the exact number on the next target below. Sometimes I throw that shit up there and I'm just like, yeah, whatever, it's close enough. It's 383.57. Right there. That says 60, but it's a little bit lower. All right, just cracked a beer. Let's go through and find out who's here today. I want to say thank you for following IJ Deeks. If I'm pronouncing this wrong, you can correct me. I believe it's Jorge58
So
followed.
now to the top of the hour and the release of the U.S. federal budget balance, a forecast of minus 263 billion on the prior of minus 39 billion.
Speed Kills Live followed. Wave FX followed. Tony Z Epic has followed. Cunley the Gamer has followed. Thank you very much. Wave FX has followed. I think we went through him. I love these names. Sriracha Breath has followed. Kagio Kako has subscribed. Luke Out has followed. DJ Biter has followed. These are all today. Unoffensive Boring Game has followed. Runswin has followed. I want to say first off, thank you to everybody that's following right now. Glad Nads has followed. Tony Cheesiest making the way over to Twitch. Newmork has subscribed. Pedro Sepulveda Carrera has subscribed. Oh man, M. Griff yesterday with a huge supporting of the channel tip. Supporting captain of the team. Thank you for all that you do. Wishing all of you a great. I want to say thank you, McGriff. Appreciate that, brother. Tommy99 yesterday followed. Who else did? We had Copper and Scratchers subscribed. Kevin Elk subscribed. Hold on here. Gained Weight subscribed. Fixter followed. Rule Obit followed. Troy Corp, man. Right on, brother. Hey, Troy Corp. Let's have a toast. Alpha Dog 998 has subscribed. Skeweezy has followed. That's a great one. Squeezy. Wise Dynasty is subscribed. Purple Rings. Wow, we got a lot of subscribers the past couple days. Yonical Gus has subscribed. Jarlax Leatherman. Jarlax. Hold on. Jarlaxelman. I don't know if I got that wrong. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Mavericks has followed. Wow, this is a ton. Mr. Beckons 88. KP Max. Vandalzo. Dude, you guys are awesome sauce. Just Some Guy 2 has followed on Twitch. Tyler Sussy has followed. These are all in like the last 2 days. Awesome, man. Tyler Sussy 1234. Talking Monkey. Supporter of the channel. So here's to all of you guys. If you guys support the channel, you show up every single day. Here's a cheers to you. Let's have a beer. It's Friday, baby. Been a long week for some of us. A lot of us making money today, at least on a Friday. I hope you guys are all doing well out there. We'll catch you. I'm not hanging up yet. I'm going to stay here. But make sure you're here with us on Sunday at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to do some putback spreads and for this market, and we're going to look for some trade setups for next week. If you're looking for your favorite ticker to chart it out, we'll probably try to spend some time on that on Sunday as well. That's 12 o'clock. Don't bother me, though, tomorrow. I'm going skiing. It's snowing here, so I'm like, I got to go skiing. So thanks to all of you out there. Grab yourself a beer, grab a bourbon or something like that, and we'll have a toast here. Okay, let me check. Oh, you know what I did? So I tried to apply for the affiliate link, and I've got like LLCs and addresses and all kinds of crap, and I did it all wrong. So I was like, okay. So they got back to me and said, this doesn't work. You have to. So then I had to get my wife to get like correct at like Wyoming shit and LLC shit. I was like doing it all wrong. So I don't know what the, I'm not like right now. I've spent so much time doing this right now that my wife is doing me a solid right now in the background. I mean, a full-on solid. Normally I would do all this stuff, but I've
10
spent so much
seconds.
time doing this stuff that just haven't had the time to do the stuff that I'm supposed to do in the background. Let me take a look and see. And I guess she fixed it all for me yesterday.
Minus 262.4 billion, minus 262.4 billion. That's higher than the forecast of minus 263 billion.
Let me check here in the background, Winky, and see. I have no idea what I'm doing on Twitch, but I want to say thank you for following me on Twitch. Let's start there. And just say thank you. I became this week I was eligible to become an affiliate. So I want to say thank you out there. If there's anything you're looking for from me, if you're watching me on Twitch, and you're like, oh, I'd like to see this or like to see that.
Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Shoot me either a DM on FinTwit, look me up CaptainJimJames, or shoot me an email. My email the email for business stuff, which you're not doing business, just like send me an email and say, hey man, can you like do this stuff, or I'm interested in that stuff. If I can fit it into the program, I will for you. Especially when we're slowing down the speed of the stream for people. So if you're like, hey, I want to do this or do that once a week, let me know, because this weekend I'm working on building out a new format for the program. So if you're like, hey, this would be great every week, or Mondays before open or whatever, stuff like that, then I'll try to work that in if I can. So it's CaptainJimJames@gmail.com is the best way to send that. If you have any suggestions or anything, I'm trying to cut down on the swearing too. I'm working on that right now, cutting down on the swearing. So if you hear me swearing out there, just cutting it down a little bit. I did swear a few times earlier
I've got
this
the
morning.
report for the US federal budget balance, February 2023, on the feed for those interested.
Oh, hold on here. I'm looking. Oh, do I click on start free trial for Prime Gaming? Is that what I do? I don't know what I have to do here. I have no idea what I'm doing here. You've earned new emotes for enabling 2FA. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I enabled it. Oh, yeah, I did enable it. Okay, let me see. Maybe I do have it. Maybe I am an affiliate now. I'm not sure if I am or not. I might be. I might now be an affiliate. I'm not. Oh, Prime Gaming. And it says try Prime Gaming. I don't know. Notifications. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. I have to find out how I'm if I am a Twitch affiliate at this point or not. They came back yesterday and they said, oh, dude, path to affiliate completed. Woohoo! Hey! Dude, I completed it. I'm an affiliate. Heck yeah, I'm an affiliate. I was accepted. Woohoo! I am now a Twitch affiliate. All right, Winky, I'm in. What do I do next? I'm an actual affiliate, brother. Congrats. Hey, thank you, Winky, for getting me here, man. You're the best, brother. Thanks for your patience with me. Oh, yeah. Tag that PT down below. Now squeezing higher on the SPY. Holy crap, I'm an affiliate. How do I do this thing with the Prime sub? I don't even know how to do that. I have no idea. I don't know how to do that. I guess there's a way for you guys to go. I'm probably going to hack this up. If you want to support the stream and you're a poor trader or poor investor, you can go to your Amazon Prime account and sign up, I believe, for Prime Gaming. It's free. Free. And then you subscribe to my Twitch channel, I believe, there. If I'm hacking this up, somebody correct me. And part of what you had paid for the year for your Prime membership goes to me. You don't pay anything extra. Costs you nothing. And Amazon, you're basically taking Jeff Bezos' money and giving it to me. So if you like Jeff Bezos and you want him to keep his money, then so be it. If you want Jeff Bezos to give me the money that you're giving him, if you could do me a solid and like unsubscribe for me, and then I don't know, I don't know how you do this. Maybe just go to Prime Gaming and give your sub to me. I don't know how this works. I could be saying this wrong. And it's a little bit. I think it's like $2 or something. I don't know, $1.50, $2 or something like that. And it's free. It's a way for you to. If you're like, I don't want to tip anybody. You're like a Scrooge. You're like, I don't tip people for the work that they do in the background. That's fine. But if you don't do that and you want something simple and easy to support a channel or a stream or a content producer or even the people in the background, there's people here. We have moderators. We've got people working on social media stuff. We got people working on tools. Any way that you can support the channel. And we're trying to keep part of what we're doing here at least semi-free. Not semi, it's free. So like there's a way for you to weave your way around this stuff where it'll always be free to you. And this is one of those ways that you can keep this free. This is a way for you to support the channel so it always stays free. I assure you of one thing. If we can't keep it free at some point, it'll have to be paid. And I don't want that to be the case. Or we just shut it down. So if you want to see this stream survive and prosper and become better and be here every day, please do me a solid and go to, I think it's Amazon.com, and then you type in Prime Gaming, and then you subscribe to Captain Jim James. It costs you $0. And I thank you very much if you're going to do that. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I'm gonna get you guys some like cool stuff. Like you're gonna get your own emotes and stuff like that. Like I was talking to Winky about making like emotes like Mike Burry emotes and like Elon Musk emotes and all kinds of cool shit. So in chat you can like use specific things. There'll be things to like say, you know, I'm a cool kid, I can do this and I can do that. I don't know a lot about this stuff. I'll be honest with you. So I'm trying. I think I'm kind of bullshitting some of this stuff. I'm like winging it right now. Everything I'm saying is allegedly, except for the fact that it's free. I know for sure that it's free to you. Oh, there. Awesome. Is somebody what's this right here? What's that thing? Oh, hold on. I got to click on something. That's a link to the Twitch sub. What is that right there, Winky? It says that I'm in. It says that I'm in. Let me check, Winky. Hold on, brother. Are you doing that in Twitch right now? Hold on. It says that I'm a partner. But hold on, let me check right now, brother. Should maybe come back over here. Channel. I think it says that I'm in, that I'm an affiliate. Where's that link that you had, Winky, inside the chat? I don't see it here. I think it says. I think I'm an affiliate now. Yep. It says I'm an affiliate. Do I have to do anything to do the Amazon thing or no? You know what, Winky? I gotta make you like an admin so that you can. It says path to affiliate completed. Build a community completed. It begins completed. Path to partner. I have to do 2 more days of streaming and I'm eligible to be a partner. In 2 more days, I think. Yep, I think. Yeah, I got 2 more streams and I'll be a partner or eligible to be a partner on Twitch. It says that here. It's oh hold on. It says path to
White
affiliate.
House economic advisor Bushi says there's an opportunity for labor force
Oh, it
participation to
says
improve.
affiliate onboarding. Okay, so my tax interviews. It says my tax interviews are under review right now. Oh, so I'm still doing the tax stuff. Yeah. So I tried to. So we've got different LLCs, and I'm like trying to put LLCs in wrong addresses. So I had to do it a second time. They were like, this is all wrong. I'm like, okay. Now trading higher on the SPY. Hopefully you close down here for profit. I guess we need a few more days. I had my wife work on it. I was like, I'm doing this wrong. Hopefully you're able to take your profit down here, right? You saw the price target down below. Nice and slow stream, right? Get exactly where we want to go. We've got our S1 above. Let's take a look and see how high we can go. We know where the sellers are. They're above here in this green box. This is the hourly trend. We also have a little bit of resistance here that we're coming into. You're going to want to see this yellow line right here. As long as price stays above the yellow line, we're going to head higher. As long as price stays above the yellow line, we head higher. Yeah, I guess we have one more place to look right here. Let me take a peek. Make sure I got this right here. We could go a little bit lower. I'm saying that, but I don't know if that's true. Yeah, we got one more line underneath. 385.90. Yeah, that's right here. As long as we stay there, we're good. As long as we stay above the yellow line, we're good to go. Nice and slow. So much happier today. No more stress. I can interact with you guys in the stream. Let's see what's going on here. SPY right now still has its target above 393.40. 393.40 right here. Hasn't gone away. Can the bulls close out for the close here? 393.40. Did I say 393.40? Oh, no, it's 393.13. Woo! Oh, man, they're coming down, baby. They are coming down. $393.13 right here, dude. They're right underneath. They're now even lower in here. These sellers are vicious up here, man. They're going to try to grind this shit down over the weekend, guaranteed. Joe Donut's like, so what are we long here? This is what I'm going to tell you. This is what I'm going to tell you here, okay? Pay attention. This is bottom. They're not going to grind through this today. I want you to know that. It's not happening. You need a material event to grind through that level right there. Material. You also would need... You would also need a, not just a material reason, but you're also going to need maybe a low liquidity environment to do it. If you're not in a low liquidity environment, it's not, they trick you on a Monday, be like, haha, surprise, run to December for like 5 minutes, but it's not going to hold. So that's on the table too. So if you're like, what are we doing here? I'm going to tell you right now. You're going to be looking for price. See that price right there? See that red line right there? See that white line right there? You're going to be looking for price, baby. To trade above. Oh, shit. Price needs to come above and check what? The 1 minute. And then you get your move higher. You don't see that happen?
EU Commissioner says that she and
Can't
Biden
take
will
the trade.
discuss the Inflation Reduction Act.
And what are we doing right here, right? This is the 1 minute chart, back in the 1 minute chart. Right in here, you can't mess with this, can you? Can't, can you? You already know that, right? So what are you looking for here, right? Not happening yet, is it? We're in a 5 minute chart. Not happening yet, is it? You get all ground up in here while it consolidates and stuff like that. So let's go back. This is a 5 minute chart. Let's go back to 1 minute chart. Okay. So you need price to be above 386.68. 386.68. Where's that at? I'm betting it's right where that white line is, or right around there. There's 388.68, right? 5 minute chart. So what are you looking to happen? You're looking for price to come up here, white line to come underneath. Boom, go. And furthermore, you don't want to get sent down from this stuff over here, do you? So you have to be careful of the sneaky seller in there, don't you? Right? So there's a trade here. Well, I don't think you should take this trade here. I think that you wait till it comes in here, consolidates, comes up here and consolidates. And then the white line shows you the move higher here. And until you see that, you can't do nothing. Now, with that being said, they can pin this all they want into the bell. They can pin this into the bell all they want. They can try to sneak it down here in the overnight, but it doesn't hold. I can assure you it doesn't hold. Well, unless they had some market news that we don't know about on Monday. Something that they're holding and not telling you into Monday. If they run some kind of scam bullshit news, it won't hold. It'll rip right back higher. This is going to take some time to grind through. It's going to take time. Without having, it's the same as the weekly and monthly. Or not the same. It's not as strong as that, but what they'll do is they'll just hammer it and 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 hammer it. Until they weaken buyers down below there. And then it has to break through with conviction. If it doesn't break through with conviction, it's going to hold. It's the same as the weekly and monthly. Remember we broke through briefly? I was like, that doesn't cut it. I was like, it has to be with conviction right underneath. Same thing down here. If you're a bull for next week and you want to buy, this still is not the place probably. You're probably going to get some volatility this week that will send it down there, or some kind of scam selling so you can actually trade this up and down. But I'm telling you what, I don't think this is bottom. I don't think that it is. I think they're gonna have news for you. I think that you've got you got news. If you really wanted to buy like safety as a bull, it's not unless you're above 400 still. All this shit's right here. These are heavy sellers. You can't take like a safety long until we're above this right here. Consolidate. You'll see that big white line. You'll see this big white line come up here. And then you can actually take this prior trade. This is a very dangerous trade right here. The trade is down right now. Now, we had a yellow box here earlier. See this PT? Remember when I drew the box in for you, like the crayon box? And then I gave you the exact number. So this is a yellow box right here. So if you're just looking for like hand grenades and horseshoes, that's what it is. This is all major sellers. This is your first support and your second support for this level, these levels here. You could possibly take a pullback trade here, but it's you're expecting sellers above. Does that make sense? And price hasn't moved above this yellow box yet, has it? You haven't seen price come above here, have you? There's no setup for you to take a long yet, is there? Yeah, it's time to start drinking, baby. Cheers to all of you out there. Thanks for supporting the channel. YWB69. I think I know who that is. Alexander Kovac has followed. Day Party Kuh has followed. Malay has followed. Kim Easter has followed. NBK Turbo has followed. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, start drinking, baby. Drinking tea is fine. Thanks, Daddy. Hold on. Da-da-da-dee Malay. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. Big balls. Welcome back, brother. Those S-style calls are printing, aren't they? I got a lot of shit for that post, you know. I caught a lot of shit when I made that post. And then we ripped higher, I think. I think in the post I said we should have a snapback rally, and we got one. We had a snapback rally. But we didn't hold that fucking yellow line, did we? And we rolled right down. Oh, yeah, Winky's saying, make sure I pre-read them in my mind. I think we had that happen, right? I think I was in stream one day, and I was like, call out tickers. And people were like, I can't say those, but they said some really bad ones. And I'm reading them off to people. I'm like, oh, let me look up this ticker. COK. Ticker COK. Remember we had that happen in stream one time? There you go. Ligma. It's a great ticker. Look up ticker LIGMA. It's an IPO this past 3 months. Ticker LIGMA. We'll have to chart it out later. Yeah, I don't know how they get through this right here. Maybe there's some news that I don't see. I don't see any like material news why we would and other than grinding through here. I guess you could see VIX maybe you could see like VIX climbing. I don't think price follows on SPY. It might. But I want you to realize out there that this is December right here. This is like that a week or two of December buying activity. So it's going to be a grind to get through this stuff. Remember on February 28th where they got down into here at the bell? Maybe you see it then. So you can't take a call here until you get above this. I want you to see this like above here. You can't take a call, but if they do sell it into the close, they did it on February 28th because you couldn't resist it. So what they do is they'll just kind of grind over here, and the last minute or something, they'll do anything that they can to get down here. And like no one's paying attention on a Friday, and you'll see VIX rip up, and hedge funds will get the lower prices that they want. And actually, what you will also see is you'll see some weird action down here. And what they'll do is they'll buy another 30 points lower. You'll see like a 30-point move down, 70, sometimes 70. You'll see ghost prints down there where they're picking up the market way, way, way down there. So they're always ahead of you. So does this happen? Sometimes it does. And you'll see it. It'll be a sneaky peek kind of a thing. Remember when they did that on February 28th when I put the numbers up and I'm like, okay, we still haven't hit these numbers. We're at end of month. We had like 1 minute left in the day and we stayed in stream. And I think we dropped 30 or 40 handles in 1 minute to hit those numbers. And then they bought ghost prints down below. They bought a bunch of shit down there. They don't let you do that, though. It's not your market. Thanks, Winky, for helping people out there on Twitch. Yeah, it's an easy way to support. It's like a free way to support the channel. It costs you nothing. Takes 2 minutes to do. It's awesome. You can't do that on YouTube. Yeah, and you get free games and all kinds of stuff. What are you guys doing this weekend? Is anybody having any fun this weekend? Anybody out there watching right now? Having fun this weekend? Anybody going skiing, hiking, snowboarding? I don't know, surfing or anything like that? I got a stuffed up nose. I'm talking about how I never get sick and I got a stuffed up nose. I think it might be spring. Yeah, you're watching the snowstorm? Yeah, we got that too. Anybody going out anywhere? Anybody going to a concert or anything? I was looking at going to a regional Burning Man event this summer, and a regional instead of to the Big Burn. And I haven't been to this one before, and I was talking to a buddy last night. I was like, oh, I was gonna do this with my family. Like, it's the regional Burning Man events are a little bit calmer than the big burn, and I I like when the kids can play with other kids, and they're artistic and they like music and games and stuff like that. And I was looking at that the regional burn because it's not as crazy, right? And adult oriented. It's not nearly. And there's like this regional burn is like, hey, we're gonna do a family camp, and I was like, that sounds great. I was like, I'll get involved in that. And I was like, I'll totally get involved in that. How do I sign up? I've got kids. It's like a family. You make like a big camp for kids, and adults watch all these kids together, make sure they're not getting into trouble, and that kind of stuff. And it's more hands-on and stuff. But I was like, it's $200 a person to go. I'm like, $800. I remember when the burn cost $200, believe it or not. The big burn when it cost $200 a ticket. I'm like, and I understand why it costs so much. It's not easy. You have to support artists and support creative people, and of course support the burn and stuff like that. It was expensive, and I don't know what I'm making this year. I was thinking about making a something. I don't know what to make yet this year, but I was gonna make something. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it. Yeah, I was gonna build something this year. I don't know what to build. I'd like to build I'd like to build something like that you can get hurt on. My experience at Burning Man is you have to get hurt. It's not Burning Man if you don't get hurt. You have to like come back kind of banged up. We used to be horrible people. Like we would do we would put a sign out. We put a little dirt jump for people to ride their bikes over the dirt jump. We'd make the soil kind of loose and sandy-ish. We'd like break it up, and we'd put like a warning sign that you'll probably crash your bike doing this little 1 foot jump. And we'd see people just like eating shit. Oh, look at that right now. You guys see that?
NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at
Oh, yeah. What's going on over here?
NYMEX diesel April futures settle at $2.77 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas April futures
Bulls
settle at
getting itchy over here.
$2.43.
Bulls getting itchy.
NYMEX WTI crude.
Bulls want to see that white line come up. They want to see a squeeze higher, come back down that white line, get that blast north right now.
Cents a barrel. That's up 96 cents or 1.27%.
Bulls getting it. They're getting itchy right now. Bulls like, I want that squeeze, Cap. And I'm like, yeah, we could probably bleed down right into the Bell 30 handles. They're like, no. That's how Bulls are, man. They're just like, they're like cocaine addicts. They like the fuel. Come on the show and lose all their money. They're watching this set up right now. I know that they are. They're like, okay, we got a box here. He drew us a crayon box. We just need to buy ourselves some time and get priced over that white line over there. I don't know why he keeps showing that 5-minute chart. Now I'm using that as a backup. Diamond hands. So you're saying I'm actually leaving tomorrow. I won't be back for about 12 days, so I will see you guys very intermittently all next week. Send feet pics, Joe. Send feet pics. I'll have to call you or something before you leave. starting to pump and squeeze right now on the SPY. Where's the VIX at, man? They gonna let that VIX close at a high or what? Oh yeah, dude. Look at that. VIX needs to come on down, doesn't it? You got these VIX bulls. They're like, we're going to 50 today on a Friday, bro. We're going to 50. I'm gonna like, no, you're not. Oh. Ooh. That's looking pumpy, isn't it? That's looking really pumpy, isn't it? Remember, you want price above the 1 minute. Oh, yeah. Oh. Ooh. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's right over there. Oh, yeah. We need this over here, right here. Oh, yeah. Get that green out there. You got green? I got green. You like green?
U.S.
I love
Treasury
green.
Secretary Yellen says the financial regulators convened
I
today and
love
expressed
green.
reliance in the banking system resilience.
You mean when they try to reverse it on you? Yeah, yeah. Okay, what happens then? Well, it has to hold the one.
This stream is sponsored
Well,
by
all this
TickStrike.
gnarliness over here.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and
As long
stock
as we keep
instruments.
getting those,
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
getting those big old green bars in there and stretch it out a little bit. Big old green bars up there. Just stretch it up right there. Yeah, get that price up there. Look at that. Ooh. Gotta get that 1 minute up there.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen says that the financial regulators convened today and expressed
feel that.
reliance in the banking system's resilience.
Gotta get that price up there. Now, what are you looking for here? We're in a fast chart, right? We're in a fast chart. What are you looking for here? Now you got your 1 minute on the 5 minute chart. You know you got some resistance here, right? So you could see this bounce back right here, right? Make sense? If we break below the yellow line on the 5 minute chart, no bueno, right? No trend until we're above the red and white line. So it should be price, white, red. That's where real trend is. We don't see that yet, do we? Oh, yeah. Oh. Now we need the green price to stay above the white line right now, right? Oh, yeah. Oh. Thanks, Winky. Now let's go back and look at a 1 minute. Looking kind of bullish down here, isn't it? 1, 2, and maybe a pullback, maybe right there. Do you see the bull plane forming right there? Do you see it? Just tell me if you see it at least. Do you see it? Now, where could be the danger here? Danger here is that we haven't touched or broken through what was once support, right? So you get a quick move down maybe, and then it starts to squeeze up. If it breaks over here, and this reverses, this white line, this red line reverses, you could be in trouble here, right? So where's the safe trade? Probably above here. But you have to be aware of all this. Maybe you're in a weekly trade here, and then you just make sure that price doesn't go below where your weekly trade is. There's a 5 minute so you can see it better. Now, if you wanted to take this in some relative safety, see the white line right here? Where's the real safety in this trade? If we're trading slow charts here, right? We know where the real safety is, right? It would only be if price came up here and went higher, right? This would be the actual safe trade right there. Does that make sense? A successful defense on a 5 minute chart of the white above the red is the most safe or the safest trade. Instead of getting caught in 0 dates on a 1 minute chart, you're like, I don't know where to sell or buy. I don't know what, or the stream is running late for me. Or I didn't put stops in, or I'm getting cut up 20, 30 times. Or I'm never up, or it's already rolling on me by the time I'm getting in. Or I don't know where the price targets are, or why they're there, or how they're there. And that would be a red line right there. It's kind of where you get cut up, right? You're getting torn up in here. You're getting torn up in here. You're not buying and selling here, buying and selling in here. And even here, you know that even if the trade gets above the white line, you know the next part of this trade is only to here, right? That's the next part of that trade. You're in and you're out on 0 dates. On weeklies, you probably stay in there, or month outs, you probably stay in there unless it rolls under. You cut your losses there. The best part of the trade is above on a successful defense of the 1 minute. Hey, Matt. Thank you for supporting the stream just now. Hey, man, have a great weekend. I want to say something to you, Matt. I hope that you can show up on Sunday. Pick one of your favorite tickers for me to chart out. If you can't, I'll see you on Monday, brother. We're going to do a new format here so you guys should make life easier. I appreciate you supporting the chat, Matt. Much love, brother. Oh, yeah, I think on Amazon you have to do a UK address. I think so. If you're in the UK or another country, you have to change the address. If you're in the UK, right on.
We have posted the readout for Secretary of the Treasury Yellen's comments on the financial regulators.
Let me take a look at something real quick. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's possible. There's basically a pretty big strangle on the market right now. There's a pretty big strangle on the market right now for us not to close April above 97 and not to close April below 345, somewhere in there. We can go below briefly, then ricochet up, and we can go above and ricochet down. It's not going to hold, though. Or my view, it's not going to hold. So if you get there where you're trying to go, if you're listening in to this broadcast right now, just know it's not going to hold. Or it's not implied that it's going to hold. So take the money and run. Not financial advice. There's like 3 conversations going on here, isn't there? There's like 3 conversations now in stream. You know about this volatility right here, right? Remember this one right here. VIX bleeding off. VIX now trading underneath the 1 and 5 minute, which is bullish for SPY. Here we go. Slow-mo trading, baby. Be careful of S1 here. Filling up the rocket ship. Don't forget about 388.92 above. And then we got that last target up here. This is the hourly. Can the bulls pull it off and squeeze it up into the bell? Can the bulls do it? Can the bulls smash higher? Can they smash up here? Can they smash down there? And then can they rip face into the bell?
Brent crude futures settle at $82.78 a barrel, up $1.19 or 1.46%.
Inquiring minds want to know.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci,
It's so
and market profile levels
geriatric doing this
by
stuff
signing
with you
up
guys.
at tothetick.com.
Being a 1 minute trader, I'm like, oh, fuck, this takes all day long. This is the worst. It's like watching paint dry. I'm like, I want to get in some calls, out of some calls, in some puts, out of some puts, in some calls, out of some calls. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get on up there. Don't forget this white line down here. It's going to come back down here and retest this. This retest is right here. It needs to retest down here. Whoa, whoa. This one's right here. It's actually white. Maybe that helps. Carefully, we're coming into some support on the VIX. VIX coming back down at some support at 2371. Want to make sure you don't break this right here, okay? You don't want to see a break here. Stops or move your stops up to right here. Any break below the white line and the trade becomes invalid. Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing some of you guys out there. Travista, what's going on? Satchel, what's going on? Audricious, Pega, we can say hi to some of you guys out there. You know what? Some of my comments are not showing up in stream. I apologize. Let me slide over there and see what's going on. Who's inside the stream right now? John Haggerty's inside the stream. Caleb's in the stream. Chase Cluxton baby's in the stream. Red Drift's in the stream. Dejan's in the stream. What's up, Dejan? You only live twice. Is in the stream. Brad Armitage is in the stream. Who else? Graham Curran's in the stream. Hayden Q is in the stream. Johnny Haggerty's in the stream. Futures Trader 87. You only live twice is in the stream. All the regulars are here. Travis 411's having a beer. Satchel Chairs. Adrius Pegasus is in the stream. Kobe, Dan Brislin, Harushi. All the gang is here. I love seeing all you guys here right now. Caleb's in the stream. Joshua Ayers in the stream. Who else? Damn, everybody's here. Flama Blanca's in the stream. Jimmy Berry's here. What up, Jimmy? DJ 2112's in the house. Ryan Morris, David G, Faison, Patrick, Harushi, John Dickus, BD, Emmanuel Rodriguez, James Andy, Travis 411, Jared Al, Doug Allen, Pratik, Dragon Wolf, Gil, Matt. Oh shit, everybody's here today. It's Miller time, boys and girls. Miller time. Where we roams in the house. All the gang is here right now. Zacharias Dank and Gil Batterton's in the house. Heck yeah, dude. Everybody's here right now. Love it. Whole gang is here. Holy shit. Jill Natello's here. Lost Fun Zone's here. Goat Boys is here. Dude, everybody's here, huh? John Klopp. Omar's in the house right now. Lost Fun Zone. Nice. I'm reading all your chats live right now. I think I was having some lag in my chat. I'm like, who's out there? I'm not seeing any tweets or any DM or whatever they're called. Chats. I'm reading all your chats right now. Heck yeah, man. Jay Bear's in the house. Yeah, Dougie D, baby. Alvarez is here. We here, baby. Shenton's here today. Chaz is here today. I can't believe you're all here right now. I love all of you, by the way. You made my weekend right now. Making me smile. Bullshit's in the house today. Lost Fun Zone. Solid as 44's in the house. Cheers to all of you out there right now.
Growth.
Heck yeah, Peebers, baby. Weekend.
And the road to steady growth is for the US will be a bumpy one.
Stacy Friedman. I haven't seen you in a day or two. I felt bad yesterday. I was trading horribly, and then the chat was like crazy. And I can't even see what's going on out there. Hell yes. Loop Holkda
says that the Treasury
Legend X22X
say the Treasury Chief Yellen is closely tracking the SVB situation
in the house.
Faith in our regulators.
Lost funds. I like that. Lost Fun Zone. Loop Holkda, 120% right now on calls, baby. Oh, Stacy. Daddy-O 1962 is in the room, poolside in Cancun, hanging out. Are you drinking tequila right now or what, bruh? You looking outside, everybody's swimming, right? David G's in the house. Bob F. Slime's in the house. Chase, baby. Ryan Morris. Ferrari fuel tax. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Let me get one of the interns in here. Hold on. Does one of the interns want to get some Roblox? You know that always hurts me too, right? Like, I didn't know that those tips are like, they're like 2 months. They're like 2 months. They have to sit in something. So I'm like, so my kids are like, the interns are like, you got tipped. It's time for Roblox. I'm like, okay, let me try to see where it is. And then I'm like, I don't know where it is. I can't find it. All right, now what happens here? Right, we're in the 5-minute chart right now. You want to see this hold here. Let's see if we can get one of the interns in here at least to say hi. Those are the Ferraris, by the way. I don't drive a Lambo. I've got 2 very expensive Ferraris. Maggie! I don't know if they can hear me. Maybe let me get on Alexa real quick and ask. Alexa, he dropped mommy's off. Oh, I can't even. Alexa just told me to piss off. You get a smart house, and the house is like, no. Or maybe they are. Who else? Oh, man, I got to go through a bunch of crap here. Erms is in the house right now. Kobe's in the house. Kobe says we are the pinky in your brain. We're going to take over the trading world, Pinky. That's what we do every day. Ryan Morris in the house. Arm Boy, it's Friday, baby. It is Friday. Binky G in the house. Flama Blanca in the house. Oh, you got the chef's kiss? Yeah, so Goat Boy 89 is saying, careful on the rug pull right here. He's also saying, though, he's realized they're in the first hour's range. Bears don't like that. Yeah, this is a key point right here. This is a key point for Bulls to hold. If they can't hold it, stops are down here. Hey, come on in. Want to say hi? Hold on, you're going to come right to the camera. So someone tipped you $15 for Roblox.
Really?
Yeah, it was, say thank you to Ryan Morris.
Thank you, Ryan Morris.
What are you doing right now? What are you eating?
You're going to get a shout out.
What are you eating right now? What is this? Oh, it's fruit plate. It's is that yogurt? Yes. Yogurt, graham crackers. Oh, Greek yogurt. Graham crackers. Oh, show it on screen. You want to show it off? Careful. Greek Greek yogurt, graham crackers, looks like apples and grapes. Looks really good.
It's pretty easy to make. It's cookie dough and...
Oh, it's cookie dough.
It's cookie dough, Greek yogurt, and...
Got to slip in some cookies. High five. So you got Roblox. Thank you, Ryan Morris.
Thank you.
Oh, I love you, baby.
I love you.
All right. You got to close the door because you don't want to hear Daddy talking over here. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it, brother. You know what, Ryan, I think last time you gave that tip, I took the girls to go bowling, man. I took them bowling. They had a blast. Took them to, like, I don't know what it is, like arcade, bowling, like the expensive bowling and all that kind of crap. And they loved it. I should have had her say something about that. Next time she's in here, I will, though. Okay, so here we go. So we've got our stops down here, right? You know they're going to try to stop you out down here. Bears do not want this. You see this red line above, right? You see this tag right here. They want to stop you from squeezing up higher into this bell, right? That's what they want to happen to you. This is a slow 5-minute chart, right? You shouldn't be trading zero dates with this, should you? Should be trading like weeklies or monthlies on this. Gives you more time to find out if this is the right trade or not. Gives you time to find out if you need to get out of the trade or not, right? We already talked about where the risk was in this trade to move higher. We talked about how do you confirm a trade higher here too, and it's right here, right? Right above that red line is where the trade becomes valid. So the moment that you're above this red line right here and you have the finger on the buy trigger, you know, that's the 0-day trade right there. Yeah, that's one of my dude, no man. $5? Johnny 5, baby. You know what I'll do is how about this? I'm supposed to go skiing tomorrow, but how about this? I'll take them bowling tonight and take pictures. I'll take them bowling tonight. I'll take the girls out. I just had a beer though. I have to stop drinking then. I'm gonna take them bowling. Can't drink and go bowling with the kids. I'll look bad. Maybe the wife will drive. I can ask her if she'll drive or something. I'll take them bowling tonight. We'll take some pictures. I mean, I'll do hold on a second. Let me make sure I get everybody right here. We'll do Stacy too. Matter of fact, anyone that tipped today, I'm gonna write your names down and we're gonna do a group picture or something. We'll do a group picture for tonight for anyone that tipped today, and I'll take them out bowling. They like the bowling, I guess. It's snowing tonight. It'll be fun. Okay, so right down here, I'm gonna delete this right now, or hold on, let me close this so you can see better. I'm gonna move this over right now for you, okay? And you see how they're trying to stop you out right here in your 5-minute? You have to decide where your stops are. Are they here? Are they here? Are they here? Are they gonna try to pin it into the close? We're gonna look at something more important here. Let's say you're in a monthly or a weekly, and we got a 5-day chart here, right? We got a 5-day chart here. I'm going to move these over real quick. Whoop, hold on. I'll just fucking delete it. So you're not bullish even for a period of time until you get above this white line. Do you see this white line right here? This is a 5-minute chart. So you've got a bear. This is a bear plane, bear aeroplane forming currently. It's not guaranteed, but it's forming. So when you have this red line right here, right? You still want price to get above. See this white line right here? You want price to get above this. And the white line to get above the red line. And then you want price to get above before you can confirm the trade higher. Now, I want to tell you a secret here. This doesn't always work, but it works a lot. If on a 5-minute chart, you backtest this on yourself. Don't follow this. But backtest this on your own. If price on a 5-minute chart is above the white, hold on. If price into the close is above if price is above, you want to see some examples of this? I'll show you. I can do that. If price is above the white and red on a close, we typically gap up that Monday or that next day. Typically, like 70% of the time. That's true. I'll show it to you right now if you want to see it. So we'll gap up if price gets above, or we'll be green on the next day. If price gets above the white and the red on a 5-minute chart into that bell, we're typically green the next day. So you're like, how do you do overnights? That's how you do them. You want to see some examples of it? There's one right there. Didn't even take long. The white line right there. Price above the white line. The red line, it actually crossed at 1624. We went up right there next day. You want to see another one? Price above the white and red line in the close. Another one right there. Price above right here. Above the next day. Price above white and red line of that bell, gapped up next day. Price above the white and red line on the 5-minute chart, right? Did not work. So you got one example of it not working. Price below white and red worked. But for me, I'm like, hey, if I was going to hold overnight, what am I looking for? Typically price above the white and red line into a close.
White House
This
regulators
didn't work here,
will
did it? In a
use
bigger
tools
downtrend.
necessary in banking system.
Price below, gapped up. Price above, didn't gap up. But this is a downtrend, it's a bigger
Just to
trend. Maybe I
repeat
should
there, the White
maybe
House
I should
says
say it better. If we're in an
regulators will use
uptrend,
tools necessary in
if
the
we're in an
banking
uptrend
system.
on an hourly chart, it works. So I'm saying it works on a 5-minute, but it has to work on an hourly chart too, an actual trend in the market. Maybe
This stream is
let me
sponsored by
adjust
TickStrike.
what I said.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock
Bring
instruments.
it back here to one.
Get
to
a
one
free
day.
trial at tickstrike.com.
Into this close. If the white line is above the red line, I'm going to expect it to go up to that 393 on Monday, and probably sell off before the open. I would be very wary of all these sellers up here. You want this to happen before close today. What you don't want to happen in this close is like we close above the white and red line, and then we squeeze up overnight, and then they sell it on Monday morning at 6 a.m. down here. You don't want to see that. You want this to happen right now in this market. Sometimes you'll hear me say that right in stream. I'll be like, "Oh, I want this to happen right now."
The White House
But I want
says
the risk
US banking
overnight of
system
having to
has
do
to
this.
hold more capital than it used to and has to build more resilience to withstand shocks.
And watch them trying to sell it down right now in the 5-minute. They don't want this squeezed into the close. And look at these stops they're trying to take out down here. They're trying to wick down these stops right now. Trying to stop you out of the trade higher into the close. Put that back for you. It's right there. I think it was right here or something. It's right here. I don't know why it's all wonky right now. There it is. This was like down here. I don't know what happened. Something on the chart didn't work. How it was interpreted in the close. Thanks for the good dad stuff. Squeezing higher now. Red line, important. I don't know why this one is wonky now. It was up into this up here. I don't know what's going on with this. Squeezing higher now. Thomas H. chipped 20 bucks. Richard Romero, woo, E-Trading shorts. Woo! Oh man, baby. We're going right into you guys. I guess they're gonna do some artwork tonight. Then we're gonna put a bunch of names as they bowl. Take the girls bowling this tonight. Thomas H. baby, Richard Romero, E-Trading shorts. Big day for OG Bears. Huge weekend or week for OG Bears. Shout out to the Discord gang. Enjoy bowling with the family this weekend, Cap. Love you, brother. Keep it going. Keep it going. Right on. Joe Harper. Uncle Joe's paying for the pizza. Too funny. Uncle Joe's paying for the pizza tonight. Yeah, man, we'll do that. We'll do that tonight. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait. Take the girls out. I think Joe's daughter had a birthday yesterday too. Joe, what happened? Did you get a cake or something? Couple cakes or no? E-Trading shorts getting paid this week. Getting paid. Mysterious one. Mysterious first time chatter. How you doing? You did ice cream cake, went to the bowling alley. Oh, you did go to the bowling alley. Right on. Bulls fighting for their lives into this close right now. Brittany, what is that? Brittany's got something cool. Brittany's got like some kind of cool thing next to her name or his name or whoever that. Or if you're, I don't know what you are. Dude, you guys got robot emotes. Is that a Tony Cheese emote? Dude, wait, we're gonna have some cool emotes. We're gonna do like Tom Lee emotes and Burry emotes and Jim Cramer emotes and all kinds of funny ones. You guys got some really cool emotes in there. That's all it is? It looks great. Oh, I see. It's verified. Britain 1 Vault Hunter. I see what it is. It's great. I like it. It looks great. I like it. I thought it was like Diamond Hands or something. Oh no, K. Groose for extra spray in the bowling shoes to remove the stank. Dude, I did it by accident. I walked out with bowling shoes the last time I was there. I still have them. I have to bring them back. Talking monkey, baby. Do it for the kids. Wait until dude, I'm gonna have to like. They're gonna be taking me out bowling. I guess I'm not in charge of that tonight then, am I? We just had this conversation. I was like, who pays the mortgage around here? So I guess it's going to be like cheese pizza with no sauce on it or something. It's going to be gross. It does look like Diamond Hands, doesn't it? Looks like Diamond Hands. It looks great. Yeah, it's pulsating right now, isn't it, Tony? Do you feel it? Should we put it on the 1 minute chart and just take a look at it, Tony? For old time's sake? You want to see it on old time's sake? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Ooh. Gotta get past all this bullshit right here, don't we? Oh. Ooh. Do we do it? I don't know. Sometimes we don't, man. On Friday, they're like, you can't do that on a Friday. It's not allowed. Unclench. Unclench the VIX. Close your puts. We need a rocket, right? We need a rocket into the bell, don't we? I need a rocket. I need a rocket ship into the end of this shit week. Yellen is going to save the markets over the weekend. Are they going to bloodbath you like one last beep bye-bye? Bears were here. Are we going to get bear shit on the walls? Is that what they're going to do? Bear shit? Bears come in here and just shit all over the place and run out? One last see ya. Oh yeah, here we go, man. We got more bearishness. Jarlax the man says no reason for bears to close puts here, to be honest. Close below 200 SMA, weekly bearish MACD, crossing incoming, etc., etc. More contagion. I agree with that. I just don't know that you're gonna. I don't think you're gonna be. I think you need. I think he's right though, to some extent. You need to have contagion. If you don't get the contagion, here, let me move this over. On the 5 minute here, if you don't get, so you need some bad news over the weekend. If you don't get bad news here, if you don't get bad news, like you need that because this is December support, right? So you need some reason to grind through this over the weekend. You need some kind of bad news. Like you need more like bank contagion. If you don't get that bank contagion, it's gonna rip into Monday. You need that for sure. You need some kind of bad news into Sunday. So in the 5 minute, we're losing the 5 minute right now. Trying to sell you out on these stops right here. Look at them. Trying to take out the 5 minute stops right here into the close. Trying to bear poop all over the walls into this close. What they're trying to do. Let's look at this in the 1 minute and see what it looks like. That looks like a bear plane, doesn't it? See how the bear plane is setting up right now? You see the white and the yellow line. This is looking ugly, right? You see the stops right here, and you're being stopped out right now on the 1 minute. Now, there's another trade here. If you were long, let's say right here you're long and you're losing money, you pick up the short side of this trade. And if you get sent down here, you make some money. You leave the calls on if there's zero dates. Like let's say they're almost worthless. You leave the calls on and you buy some put zero dates. Not financial advice. And then you'd hold them both at this point to cover the burn on the call side. To un-F yourself from that trade. When you let the calls get torched, if they come back and rip face into the close, you're good to go. We need a North Korean rocket at 3:25 p.m. 3:21 right now. Bears have 9 minutes left to send this down to the depths of hell. 9 minutes left for Bears. They've got 3:21. They got 9 minutes left to throw this down. That's the 1 minute chart. Let's look at the 5 minute chart. Trying to kick you out of your stops right here, right? Remember that the safe trade is above when price is above the white and red line on the 5 minute, not the 1 minute. Let's look at this 1 minute again, though. Oh man, this VIX VIX starting to get price starting to trade above the VIX on the 1 and 5 minute.
White House economic advisor Ramarutri says wage growth continues to outpace inflation.
Bremer trying to throw some poop on the party. Yeah, you want to see that? You want to see that Gex ramp into the bell, don't you?
Daily pivot points, Fibonacci,
close all
and
those
market
puts,
profile levels,
and then rip base 30 points north.
ToTheTick.com.
SLID A11383114-7759-3780. Thanks for tip. Jesus, what? That's a huge tip. Ace Canseco super chatted. I've always been watching you for about a month. There's a lot of value here. Thanks for the gains. Right on. Johnny Franco subscribed. SLID slide a. Well, I'm trying to read this, see if it says anything. Maybe he spelled something in it. That's a cool name, by the way. I wonder what it means. Thanks for supporting the channel, man. I'll put you on that sign tonight. I'm gonna put all of you on the sign tonight. We'll make us all the girls make a sign. They have really good artwork. This is the latest one they gave me right there. They just gave me that. Maybe we can send artwork out or something. Maybe make a mail artwork out or something. They do really nice art. They're artists. Oh, man. So you know what I'd be right here, right? Where are we at right now? I'm long hair, man. I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that blast up. I want that VIX to crater right now and get that rip facer. Unclench, bears. Close your puts, bears. Never. That's what they used to say in the army. Never. We were talking about that. I was talking with a friend yesterday about that. He's like, "Why didn't you call? Why didn't you call to find out why you weren't relieved?" I'm like, "I wasn't relieved." Like, if every soldier called their boss and said, "When am I getting relieved?" The military wouldn't do what you're supposed to be doing in the military. Everybody bitched. Nothing would get done. Well, I didn't say it like that. I said a bunch of other stuff, but can't talk about that stuff. Now trading 386. Bulls fighting for their life. They already broke through S1 at 240. Bulls trying their best right now to pull out one last win. One win on the week. Can they get it? Price now trading over a 3-trigger or minor cluster. But price is above the 1 and 5 minute right now, a 1 minute trigger. Let's look at the 5 minute and see what's going on. Can they do it? Can the Bulls squeeze higher here? Can they get, how about this? How about instead of this PT? Can Bulls get to 388.65? Can they get there? Can the Bulls meet us halfway? Can they get up here? 388.65. Where's that? Like right here. Can they give us something? 327. 3 minutes left for the Bears to take over. They got 3 minutes to bloodbath this right now. Bears have 3 minutes. Then we hit the half-hour mark. Or the hour mark, right? If Bears can't get a new low right now off of this 1 minute, they got 3 minutes right here to get it. If they can't and they give it up, you know where we go. Send it. Buy the underlying. Two minutes left right now. Very dangerous right now. Unclench it. Unclench it on a Friday, baby. Unclench it. If I wanted your opinion, I would give it to you. When the dip keeps dipping. There's Bulls. Bulls haven't won anything right now. They've won nothing. Like the overall picture right now is not good for the Bulls.
According to Jean Pierre, Biden is to meet Australia and UK leaders on Monday.
You need like you need someone to step up for the Bulls because the market is telling you that 393, I believe, 397, 396, 393 and change is top. We ain't gonna be up there for a little while. That's what they're saying at least. That the way is down. That's what they're telling you. The way is down. We're going to grind through December. And we're going to start heading down to October. You would need to get above 400 for Bulls to even begin to discuss being in charge of anything. There's nothing bullish here unless you hold 400. It's a little bit different, right? It's let
Early
me tell
marks
you
on
exactly
close
where it is right now, the exact price.
568 million to the sell side.
Let me take a look and see. Right now for bulls, they've got hourly coming after them right now, right? They really need to hold. Currently, they have to hold 399.74 into next week. It'll be a little bit lower on Monday. They'll have to hold like 397.54 on Monday. 397.54. If bulls take that and hold it, they'll have a conversation about trend change. But unless they get that, they won't. It's very close, right? This is like the setup a couple days ago, right? So on a 5-minute chart right here, 397 is where it is. Right down here it's moved. This is where the swellers are now. It's actually moved down. Now it's tightening up down here. 392.82 for trend. Right here. So all of this like sell pressure in the market is coming down on top of bulls right now. And I think all bulls are looking for is a snapback to get into some ratio spreads. Or to reload on what do you call it? Calls on S-Dow calls. We know that industrials are loaded with bulls. Loaded. Industrials are just all bulls. They're hiding out in there. It's the big one for liquidation. You'd need to liquidate industrials. There should be. Sometimes they don't. If someone was saying something earlier about someone was saying earlier, what did they say? Like a contagion. Like you don't want to see the no unclenching. You want to see them unclench. If you don't see them unclench, it's not good. It means that they're going to hold short because they're afraid of what's going to happen over the weekend. Most of the time they do. They don't want the risk over Saturday, Sunday. But if they know something, they'll hold short over the weekend. Yeah, if they don't unclench over the weekend, you'd be worried that something's going to come out over Sunday. Nice on BBBY. Congrats. Hey, Thomas. No worries, bro. Oh, man. Dude, Thomas, seriously? Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, I like bears, man. I'm not against bears at all. I like bears. I like bears and bulls. I know you're all retail traders trying to make money. Put the tip in. You got more than the tip this week, though. Do you guys remember when I was like, yeah, if you put the tip down in the weekly and monthly, it's not enough. You have to blast right through it. The moment you blasted through, I was like, oh, we're fucked. I'm like, bulls don't have any idea how fucked we are. I was like, they have no idea. They don't want to believe it. The moment you broke through, when you finally broke through the weekly and monthly and you did it with some force, game over, man. Just like aliens, game over. And even whatever happened, if we get a snapback on a Monday, it's pretty much, in my view so far, like anything like this means nothing to a bear right here. Bears broke through with force. They're like, we're going down. We're in a new level. Welcome to the below decks. You thought you were singing poolside on the cruise ship? No. They lied to you. You're down here with us. Here's a shovel. Here's some coal. Start making that train run down below. Nice on BBBY. Yeah, if there's a couple actions here. So in cash market, without a major event, this is going to take time to grind through. The only chance bears have to get through this is in some unknown news, some bullshit. Not, sometimes it's bullshit. Where they break through this in a low volatility moment. There's another way for them to break through too, and that is the last few minutes of Friday. If you've got no participants in the market, they can send it straight down here, close their shorts, and then you'd come up on Monday. It wouldn't hold down here on Monday unless you had more bad news or something. So then you get that as well. No, it doesn't. Most they try to wrap it up. Usually they don't. If you get some good news over the weekend, you can get destroyed. Any kind of good news. Now, if they know something that we don't know as a retail trader, like, hey, we know something, or I'm going to spend $50 million and make something known, then yeah, I'd hold short over the weekend too. You don't really think this market is real, do you? You know that all of this is planned. I hope you do. They know everything. You know when they don't know something. So like when we have an unknown event happen and you have an immediate reaction, they still send it back so they can get in on that trade every time. Every single time. Well, not every single. Sometimes they get run over, but most times, if they can, they'll bring it back. I was promised an outside deck view. Oh, yeah, we want to get some bear music? Hold on. Let's close the weekend out with some bear music. I agree with that statement. Bears did it this week, so we have to give some praise here to the Bears. Give me a second here, and I'll get some bear music into this close. Congrats to the Bears. Hold on here. Let me get some bear jams going. Bear jams, dude. Bear jams. You guys want your favorite song? Or do you want some like you want some rock and roll or something? You want some power metal? Or do you want your favorite song? Get your favorite song here. We'll pop that track in. Do the Bears unclunch or not? The Bears came to play this week. Bulls are like, you're not taking us down there. We're staying on this level, bro. And Bears are like, fuck no. Bears were like, we're coming down. You thought you were going to pull that December shit? We ain't pulling that December shit. We're taking December back. We're going back to October. And we're going to have fun with the Bulls. Oh, yeah.
He used one delay and said I had a very good meeting with Biden.
So, hold on here.
This stream is sponsored by TixRight.
Spy now trading 385.50, trying to shake out every last bull in this market into the close.
Get a free
Letting
trial
bulls
at
know.
TixRight.com.
von der Leyen says we welcome the Inflation Reduction Act because it is a massive investment in the green transition. And early
It's
March
called
Conference,
Danger
imbalance
Snow
still at
by Dan
568
Hennig.
million to the sell side.
They want blood into the last part. I might want to buy this bell too. It's called Danger Snow by Dan Hennig. Dan the Bear Hennig. Oh yeah, it's like woo!
EU's von der Leyen says we agreed that we will work on critical raw materials that have been sourced in
Bulls
the
need a
European Union
prayer,
and give
baby.
them access to the American markets.
All right, hold on here. Hold on a second here. Let's see if I can find something else here. No, that's not bear. I need bear. No, that's not bear. Hold on. No. Oh, here we go. Trying to get something here that I haven't heard before, but I'm not doing a good job at this. All right, let's have a.
EU's von der Leyen says we agreed on dialogue concerning incentives to give to the clean tech industry.
Let's give a shout out to all the Bears out there for this week. I'm going to say we're coming into the close right now, 3:41. I'm going to give you guys. I gave you guys earlier the 5-day outlook. We're going to do a stock show on Sunday at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's 10 a.m. for all of you out, 10 or 9 a.m. on the West Coast or Hawaii. Sunday. Be here for Sunday, or at least watch the recorded video. We'll do stock picks, market overview, that kind of stuff. On the 5-day right here, if you didn't catch it earlier, I'm going to show you the 5-day here. Take a snap of this for next week. This is your trading zone. This is all of December down in here. This is where some major support is. Bears need to get underneath it with news. They need something big to get under. If they can't, we're going to trade up and tee off. This is where the major sellers are above in this market. If bulls can't get above 397 by Monday, this isn't good enough to get up to 393. It doesn't work like that. Otherwise, my prediction for next week, or what I'm thinking about for next week, is that we have a capitulation, liquidation moment in the markets. That is not a market crash. That is just every sector that hasn't let out their dresses should happen into Monday. We have two sectors, I think, still long. Believe it or not, we got tech, industrials, and I think that's it. I think we're close to zero. I want to warn you, if you're a bear, even when we crash. Oh, I'm going to mute this. I want to be very clear with you if you're a bear. Even when we crash, we get very oversold. You'll see Dan Niles come out and say, we bought the dip. It's because there's no one left to sell out to. Like when you start reading zeros on the sectors, it means that they're the ones that hold everything in the sectors. Does that make sense? So as we get closer and closer to a capitulation move, they will rip it higher again. If we do start to crash at any point, if this is the last leg, it will get violent. But when it gets violent, it'll be things like this last week. You'll have a capitulation move and then a face ripper north. And that could last a day, 70 points, 100 points. And that's where you reset yourself. If you're a bull and you're like, I missed it all, you're going to be looking, and we're going to talk about this on Sunday, and that is going to be putback spreads, ratio spreads, so that you can take a free trade. If you're a bear, matter of fact, forget the bulls. If you're a bear and you don't know what a ratio spread is, they're one of the easiest ways to short. If the market goes up, you get paid for your trade. If the market goes down big time, you get paid big time. It's almost a free trade in some ways. So if you're a bear, maybe you show up. If you're a bear that missed all of this, show up on Sunday, because this will help you to take a bear trade and either get paid or not lose any money. You know how you get squeezed out of trades? Ratio spreads can help with you not getting totally trashed in those trades. Ratio spreads. Over the weekend, look them up. ratio spreads,
Early
specifically
marks on
put-back
close imbalance,
spreads.
still sitting at 568 million to the sell side.
And so right in here, they're trying to sell down and work. This is just like the 28th. Remember in end of February? And I was like, this isn't as strong either. This is not as strong as the weekly and monthly momentum. So when you're in here and you're seeing this level, this is not as strong as that weekly and monthly. It's not going to take them a week or two to plunge us below it at some point. Any bullshit news over the weekend will at least go down for a squeeze lower, and then we'll rip face higher. So Sunday, show up. We'll talk about that trade. If we blast down and come face ripping back up to wherever these swellers are, on Monday, that's the place for the next rip higher, like a bear rip, right? Bear market rip. And then you get into that putback spread and you should be safe. And you can short the market safely. It's one of the easiest ways if we're going to make a leg down to short the market. If the market goes higher, you get paid. Noon Eastern time, Sunday. If you can't show up on noon Eastern time Sunday, the video will be available on YouTube recorded for you to check out. And if you want to do your own due diligence into Sunday, and so you have questions to ask about that trade, it doesn't cost a lot of money. It's cheap, relatively cheap. And there's a limited upside, but there's a lot of downside on it. The upside actually pays for the trade if you get blown out of it. Basically a free trade. The only way it's not a free trade is if you trade sideways at like 400 for 6 months or something, or 3 months. It's the only way you get you don't make any money. But in that kind of time frame, 3 months, 6 months, you're bound to get paid. If you get blown out, you can reset the trade. You're like not blown out, but you get paid for the trade. Hey, come on in. You get paid for the trade. You can reset the trade for a down move. And we ran this trade in 2022, and it paid dividends. Oh, thank you. So I want you to all have a great weekend. Stay safe. I don't want you to get in any trouble this weekend. If you made a bunch of money this week, don't get pulled over for DWIs. Don't get crazy with family and friends. Don't get out of control. You can get out of control, but make sure you don't get into any trouble while you're doing it. Okay? You don't want to be paying that money to an attorney. They're not cheap. They're very expensive. We have a Discord. If anyone wants to join the Discord, I'll see if I can get you a link. Can anybody drop a link in the Discord in here? If anyone's in here with a link, I'm one of the admins. I want to give a special thanks to all the mods, the admins, the producers in the background of this show. I want to give a special thanks to Winky. Winky, my man. Dude, Winky, you're the kind of guy, man, where I haven't had to say anything. You just ask for something and it's done. You come back, man, and it's just done, dude. And I can't express to you how difficult that is. So I really appreciate what you've done for me. That helped me along my way, my man. I can't express to you how important that is to me. It's really made a difference. So I want to give a special thanks to Winky out there. Special thanks to the Discord. Special thanks to anybody that supported this channel. Special thanks to anybody that joined the channel, followed the channel. John76 just joined. Thomas, I can't say your name. Slid, Ace Conseco, Johnny Franco, Talking Monkey, K-Goose, Richard Romero, Retrading Shorts, Joe Harper, your wife's boyfriend, Chaz, Chase. Who else is out there? Binky's out there. I can't say who the dev's name is, but if you're listening, thank you right now. Who else am I know I'm missing people right now. Who else am I missing? Jason Hendricks out there. Who else am I know I'm missing people. And if I'm missing your name, I apologize right now. Very tired. It's been a long day. I was shoveling this morning because we got a snowstorm. I got nobody here shoveling for me. If you reached out with, if Rowit's out there, I'm going to try to contact you, my man. I haven't had a chance. I think he's had something. He's getting engaged or something. A bunch of you in DMs haven't had the time to check, and I apologize. I'm trying to get back into that. We're doing a lot of work in the background here, and it's brutal. Jill Natello, I love you. John Haggerty, I love you too. Jimmy Beery, thanks for joining this channel. He's been around for a few weeks now, and I love that he's
Market on
here.
close, currently sitting at 1.8 billion to the sell side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it. Market
Sunday,
on close,
show
imbalance,
up.
1.9 billion to the sell side.
And if you're a futures trader,
and Biden's poised to further tighten U.S. chip-making exports on China.
We're changing the format of the show.
And the U.S. plans to coordinate with the Netherlands and Japan on the new rules.
If you're a futures trader, we're planning on making some format changes to the show. Going to try to start being here earlier in the morning to at least do a market review before the open every morning. So if you're just waking up or going to bed and you want something to look at, next week we're going to be changing the format slightly. If you're a 0-day trader and you're getting cut up anywhere, we're going to move to a 5-minute chart, and we'll be able to confirm for you if the move is up or down either way. So you're not getting cut up anymore. And that will slow the broadcast down so that you can get familiarize yourself with trend, at least a multi-day trend, 2-3 day trend in the market. When the market is slow, it hasn't decided on where it's going in those days. We're going to start putting segments in where we chart stuff out for you, up or down. I don't care if you're a bear, a bull, or if you're Theta Gang. So we got a bunch of stuff coming your way starting this week. Sunday, first time, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Do we get the unclench into the close? Doesn't look like it, does it? Not trying to unclench into this close, are they? One word, we've got something over here. Biden is poised to further tighten U.S. chip making exports to China. Maybe you want to long some chip companies into this close today. This just came out. Biden is poised to further tighten U.S. chip making exports to China. This move could double the number of machines that require licenses. The administration previously announced export rules in October. The Biden administration is working to further tighten restrictions on export of semiconductor manufacturing gear to China, escalating rules aimed at preventing the country from developing an advanced chip industry. Legend XX2X just tipped for a super chat. Thank you, Legend X22X. Thank you for supporting the channel. Long-time subscriber. Yeah, I'll see you guys. Dude, remember we talked about INTC? You guys remember we talked about INTC? We said, how do you hedge this shit happening undercover? It was INTC. SPY now squeezing. Trading now 385.84. We've got 7 minutes left for the squeeze into the close. Do we get an unclenching or not? Now trading 385.81. $385.72. Biden exec orders removal of all stairs. It's killing me, man. It's killing me watching that stuff. It really is. I mean, they did the same thing with Trump too, man. They got these guys all hopped up on, I think, like Trump and Biden together. They got them all banged out on methamphetamine. What's that stuff called? Adderall. They're all like showing up with it. They're all Adderall ridden. I'm like, I think these guys are on drugs. Both of them. I'm like, what's the deal with the Adderall? Lots of buying here into this close right now. Whole lot of buying. They said they was selling, but this looks like buying. I'm serious. Like when Trump was president, I'm like, he's on Adderall, definitely. And then they brought Biden up. I was like, they did the same thing with him. I'm like, they're hopping him up on Adderall too. They got the chuckle mouth when they're talking. Yeah, when they're talking to you, and I'm like, those guys are on Adderall, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, it is tough to tell, Joe. They really need they really need to break through this, Joe. You're hoping for my thought here. If you want my so this is my opinion. Don't take it as truth. I don't know, man. It's a tough call, Joe. My thought here is that we go up on Monday, and they come in to sell the open. That's my thought. Here, let me look at one more thing here and see, Jill, if I can see anything. Let me check ES real quick. I don't know, Jill. The daily is effing ugly for Monday. That's a tough one, Jill. Man, if I had a thought on Monday, Jill, it's gonna be. That's a tough one, Jill. The truth here is you're just waiting to reshort for everybody. I think right here we are right now. You're just looking to short fucking 397. That's really the truth with some stops above. That really is. That's the play. Well, the play is either short 397 or open flat. And if 397 has come down on Monday, you start short Monday. Like that's it. That's really the play. It's something like that. Oh, that's the trade. I don't think there's a trade over the weekend. I think the trade is short a high on Monday, or all of this stuff comes down onto Monday open, and you short right there with stops or with a ratio spread. That's what I think it is. If the ratio spread pays for itself on a move higher, you can take the long side. That's what I think it is for Monday. That's what I call for Monday. You wait for Monday to short. Yeah, I know. I get it. You could possibly buy futures and hold that because you don't know if they're gonna send it on. You don't know if they're gonna send it on Sunday night. It's tough. It's a tough call here, Jill. Or go long here and then short Sunday futures if you have to. That's the only thing I'd say to you on that. I get what you want to do. I know. I get what you're saying. I understand. Oh yeah. So what you're trying to do here is we open Monday, you put a ratio spread on, it'll print on the way up. Or if we start selling on Monday open, you'll be making money. And you can take the long side in that trade if we start gapping up. You can take it right now, actually. You can take it on this bell right here. It'll be a free trade. By Monday, it'll be a free trade. It's either going to print or be free on Monday. Breaking right now, the U.S. Federal Reserve calls for expedited meeting Monday, March 13th. In 3 days. Oh, are you serious? Hey, Jarlax the man. Where are you getting that news? Are we getting a rate hike on the 13th? You guys, if you're listening right now, it's saying that the U.S. Fed is calling for an expedited meeting on the 13th. I'm not seeing that in my news feed here. Can anybody else confirm or deny that? That's an emergency rate hike. Be careful over this weekend. Be fucking careful here. If you're watching this program right now, be careful over this weekend. Do not be fucking caught long over this weekend. Putback spreads. Be able to trade futures. Oh, fuck. All right. I got a hedge on. Good. So Twitter's saying the news is not real. Twitter is saying that it's not real. Twitter's saying the news is fake, supposedly. Is that real? Thank you, Iacocca Capital, for saying that. Or Iconic. Loudcon Capital, thanks for saying something. I just threw a hedge on. I just threw some dirt cheap puts on, 5-cent puts for the 13th. I just threw a boatload on. I don't care. Oh, is this just one of those closed meetings? Those things don't mean anything. They do that all the time. You're talking about an unscheduled meeting. Those things are fucking nothing burgers. If that's what it is, it's a nothing burger. Yeah, those are nothing burgers. They have these things called unscheduled meetings. They mean nothing. Unscheduled meetings don't mean shit. They never do. If this one does, it's not the norm. Yeah, there's a big difference. Unscheduled meetings and emergency meetings are two different things. But if it's unscheduled, it's just not on their official calendar, and they do it all the time. Matter of fact, they do it often before Fed meetings. I've lost money hedging those, by the way. That's how I know that. All right, so you guys have a great weekend. I want you to have a great weekend. I will see all of you tomorrow, or Sunday at 12 o'clock. Thanks for supporting the channel. Ronald Bonnie, thank you for joining the channel. Legend X22X, John V76. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow, baby. Bumbledine, take it easy. Tony Cheesiest, Lost Fun Zone. I'll see all you guys on Sunday, baby.